There. Greetings, everyone. Here we are at the Lewis and Clark County Commission budget meeting. Yeah. Okay. We usually start this off with a Pledge of Allegiance, and I think we should just follow through with our regular protocol. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And for the benefit of those folks out in TV land, I'm going to go ahead and do a regular introduction of the people sitting on this side. I am Candace Payne. I'm chair of this commission. To my immediate left is Tom Rolfe. Yes, I know. They wore me out yesterday. Tom Rolfe, county commissioner. And then Miss Brandy Spangler is making sure the recordings all work right and that we get this done in a timely manner. To my right is, he's over here in the plaid shirt, is Andy Hunthausen, commissioner extraordinaire, and the person with the historic understanding of how this is all supposed to work. So when I wander off, he pulls me back. And the financial guru of our world, Frank, whose name I can't think of, and he doesn't have a name tag. Frank, what? Cornwell. Oh, that's right. And then Roger Balls is our chief administrative officer. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And today we will be working with the Public Works budget. Do we need to go through the consent action items at all? We just jump right in and let Miss Jenny take over. Good. Go for it.
Good morning, Chair Payne, commissioners. For the record, my name is Jenny Chambers, Public Works Director, Lewis and Clark County. I just want to say time flies when you're having fun. And today we are happy to present our fiscal year 26 budget. In Public Works, we have a total of 74.86 FTE. And our proposed budget is a little more than $36 million. So because of the size of the Public Works Department, our budget presentations will be broken out by different division and focus areas. This morning, we are going to start with the Public Works Administration, the Special Districts Administration, Noxious Weed and Mosquito Control, and the Forestvale Cemetery. And as you can see, I have staff for all of the different components here as well that will be able to help us with answering any questions. Audra Zackrell, the Public Works Assistant Director, Dan Carlin, the County Engineer, Jessica Makis, our Special Districts Coordinator, Christian Leonard, our Noxious Weed and Mosquito Control Manager, and the Forestvale Cemetery, Bob Richards. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Audra. She is instrumental in her financial leadership role and oversees various aspects of our organizational financial operations, including budget preparation, working with the dedicated team members. And she'll walk through the slides and we'll all be available for any questions, commissioners.
Thank you. Audra?
Good morning, Chair Payne, commissioners. For the record, I'm Audra Zackrell, Assistant Director of Public Works. Thank you for having us today. I think this is like my 18th or 19th year presenting budgets to the commission, and things have sure changed a lot, but it's nice to be here again today.
Have they changed in a good way?
Yes.
Okay.
So as Jenny mentioned, we're going to start with our general fund divisions here with Public Works. And I will only be discussing the significant differences from the fiscal year 25 budget. And for personnel, the budgets include a 2.13% matrix adjustment, step increases, longevity, and the health insurance premium increase of $245 per month per employee. CIP, you'll be hearing me say CIP or see it in my notes. That stands for a capital improvement plan. And you will also see O&M frequently, and that stands for operations and maintenance. So I wanted to kind of get some of those generalities that cover all of my budgets out of the way first. We're going to start with the Public Works Administration budget. Public Works Administration has 5 FTEs that currently oversee the administrative and financial operations of all programs, services, and projects within the Lewis and Clark County Public Works Department. FTEs include our director, Jenny, myself as the assistant director, Dan Carlin as our engineer, an accounting technician, Ms. Hunthausen, and an administrative assistant 2 position that is currently vacant. The primary source of revenue for the Public Works Administration is the general fund, the majority of which is covered with an administrative fee that's allocated to all public works programs and services based on the level of support, time, and effort provided by the administrative staff. In fiscal year 26, approximately 60% of the budget will be reimbursed, totaling $427,197. Divisions that do not reimburse are general fund supported.
Excuse me,
Yes.
Audra, just clarify in my mind, what do you mean reimbursed?
So the Public Works Administration budget that you see up on the board, that's $731,275.
Yes.
Not all of that is funded by the general fund. 60% of that amount is reimbursed from our other programs and activities. For example, the road department, the sign division, the landfill, all those other activities help support the Public Works Administration budget.
Okay, I understand.
Kind of like
now.
an admin fee.
Yeah,
Mhm.
okay,
Yeah, because we
Sorry.
help all of those.
sure.
Yep. Okay, so the divisions that do not reimburse are general fund supported divisions such as the Bridge Division, the Noxious Weed Program, the Special Districts Program, the 222 and 310 buildings, and other funds such as the Mosquito districts, the Augusta and Lincoln Solid Waste districts, the Planning Department, and the Fairgrounds. Those are all divisions and programs that we support that do not help reimburse that amount. Okay, so for O&M, our fiscal year 26 budget increased by $327 over fiscal year 25. Travel and training will include the National Association of County Engineers Conference, which is out of state at $3,300. Other contracted services includes historical record scanning at $10,000. Our janitorial increased from $5,400 to $8,574 to align with the actual needs as documented in the new buildings Limble work order software that was purchased this past year. Any questions on O&M before I move on to capital? Okay. For capital, I want to just clarify that there are no purchases or contributions budgeted in fiscal year 26 for the complex master plan implementation. The capital contribution will include an increase of $2,500 from $32,500 to $35,000 to align with inflationary increases. There is also a $17,753 transfer in from the sheriff's office for their cost share of the replacement complex camera system that was installed in this fiscal year. Purchases will include replacing the administrative office trailer roof for $24,400 and a new copier, printer, scanner at $10,000. Are there any questions about the Public Works Administration budget?
Mike,
Tom?
that's it. The janitorial increase seems, percentage-wise, pretty high. And what sort of things were we missing before?
Great question, Chair Payne, Commissioners. $8,574 for 12 months of janitorial and maintenance activities is actually pretty small comparatively to other buildings, and that is for And the reason for that is that Public Works Administration used to hire an employee, an FTE, to take care of the landfill and the complex. And now our Buildings Division has taken over the janitorial and maintenance activities for our complex. And with the Limble software, we are able to track how much there's actual usage for each building or location. And so we had a whole year of data in that Limble software that showed where the Buildings Division was spending their time and efforts. And it showed that Public Works Administration was requiring a lot more maintenance activities in the past year. So we had to increase that amount.
Andy, anything? Moving
Okay.
right along.
All right. We'll move on to the Special Districts Program. The Special Districts Program is responsible for providing a way for residents to finance, construct, and maintain improvements of public infrastructure outside the limits of incorporated cities and towns. Special districts support public infrastructure such as roads, parks, lighting, water, sewage, and fire suppression systems. The program is managed pursuant to special district provisions in Title VII of the Montana Code Annotated. 3 FTEs staff this program and provide administration and coordination of services for 148 special districts, including district creation, administration, budgeting, and construction project management. The program's primary source of revenue is the general fund. For O&M, you'll see a 10.5% increase from fiscal year 25. The majority of this increase is attributed to onboarding and staff development of new staff. Currently, the program is short 1.5 FTE. I would like to point out that overall, the special district program budget increased only 2%. Minor equipment includes new employee needs at $2,600 and an ergonomic stool at a 50% cost share at $80. Telephone includes the addition of a special district's issued cell phone for $700. Repair and maintenance includes $1,600 for new pickup wheels. Travel and training increased from $7,425 to $12,275 and includes asphalt pavement training, which is out of state, for $6,350, and leadership training, $1,500 for the special districts coordinator. Are there any questions before I move on to capital? Okay.
Tom? Andy? I did have a question. I can't remember what it was.
You can come back to it.
Yeah. Maybe it'll come back. Who knows?
For the capital plan, there are no purchases or contributions budgeted for the complex master plan implementation in the special district CIP. The capital contribution will need an increase of $5,000 from $10,000 to $15,000 to align with inflationary increases to support equipment needs. Purchases include replacement of a pickup at a 50% cost share for $19,991.
Audra, could
Yes.
what is, so there's a 50% cost share. Who are we sharing with?
Thank you, Chair Payne. The 1.5 FTE that I mentioned earlier, there's one staff member that is shared with the road department. So that position does activities, half-time for the road division and then half-time for special districts because it's similar duties. And that pickup is for that position. And so the 2 divisions share the costs to maintain that pickup.
Thank you.
All right. In addition to the special districts administrative budget funded through the general fund, the 148 special districts are funded by individual assessments. On the slide, you can see the major activities that are anticipated for fiscal year 26 and the general costs. The unanticipated maintenance line at the bottom includes snow removal, drainage maintenance, and other unforeseen maintenance that may be needed for the 189 miles of rural improvement district roads.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions before I move on to the noxious weed control?
Andy? Tom?
No.
I guess
Chair Payne,
Roger.
I just thought I'd jump in. I'm sure you're doing the same thing I am, commissioners, but in your budget information that you have from Public Works, I just really appreciate this list that begins on page 29. It provides you a very nice summary of these 140 plus RIDs that Audra's just been explaining and going through the budget. And it's alphabetical, and it shows you the really large amount of work that's going on all over Lewis and Clark County, and all of these RIDs that have been put into place over the years. So again, it starts on page 29 there, and it's just a very nice summary of interest. Thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out, Roger. The idea that snow removal is in unanticipated sort of feels uncomfortable because we know there's going to be snow removal, but I suppose you can't tell how much, and that's why it's
That's correct, Chair Payne. We never know how much.
Okay. All right.
And I like to budget that every dollar that is available for a special district is available and authorized to spend. So we throw it in that line item so that it's available if something should come up that that district is in need of.
For example, if a road gets washed out from an unexpected,
Drainage problem.
well, I was seeing more of a, you know,
A storm event.
a flood. Yeah, when you get yeah, unexpected huge rainstorm. You know, it happens every once in a while. So probably a good idea. Okay.
Okay, seeing no other questions, I'll move on to the noxious weed control program. The Noxious Weed Control Division is responsible for the implementation of the county's weed management plan to manage plants that have been identified and designated as noxious and to provide administration. The Noxious Weed Control Division currently has 4.18 FTEs that perform non-compliance activities, inspections on 5-year management plans, noxious weed management on county-owned properties and road rights-of-way, works with municipalities and other government agencies to mitigate noxious weeds throughout Lewis and Clark County, and provides education and partnerships to increase noxious weed control awareness. The program's primary source of revenue is the general fund. Approximately 7.5% is recovered in fees charged for sprayer rentals, hydroseeding, and contracts for spraying on state, federal, and local lands, etc. The budget I'm about to present has been recommended by the Noxious Weed Board from their April 2nd, 2025 meeting. For personnel, in fiscal year 25, 2 seasonal sprayers that totaled 0.56 FTE were reallocated to increase the hours of the weed management planner from 0.6 to 0.91. The fiscal year 26 request is to increase the weed management planner position the additional 0.09 to a full-time position. The impact on the noxious weed budget of this 0.09 increase is $6,573. The market adjustment, there was a market adjustment performed in late fiscal year 25 that increased the sprayer salaries plus the health insurance increase were the increases to the fiscal year 26 personnel budget. Are there any questions on personnel?
Who is the person who is the weed management planner? Is that
His name is Alex Lopez.
Alex.
Lopez?
Okay, so it's,
He
and
works
does
for
he work
Christian.
in coordination with Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, Tom?
Nope.
Andy?
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll
Continue.
move on to the operations and maintenance portion of the budget. There will be a 3% increase from fiscal year 25 in operations and maintenance. Minor equipment includes an ergonomic stool at a 50% cost share of $80, a trailer dolly, $250, a pressure washer, $500, 5 vehicle cell phone boosters for $2,500, 50% cost share of a forklift for $2,500, and unanticipated equipment replacements at $1,500. Vehicle repair and maintenance has increased from $7,500 to $8,000 for regular vehicle equipment car washes. Community projects will remain the same at $11,500, and those projects include the countywide cost share program for $10,000, the Jim Darcy and East Helena Middle School's Ag Days for $500, the Sun River Watershed Group, $500, and the Rocky Mountain Front, also $500. Travel and training increased from $3,500 to $5,025, adding attendance at the Montana Weed Control Association Training Conference, the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Training, the Mosquito Conference, and some manager-level training opportunities. So on the slide above, you'll see a nice summary of what the Noxious Weed Control Program performed in 2024. Total miles, over 1,500 miles sprayed, over 8,000 gallons sprayed, almost 3,000 acres sprayed, 68 acres of special projects, 38,500 square feet of hydroseeding, and then some of their biocontrol, 69 collections, and collections distributed to landowners 46, and 23 releases. So now I'll move on to the capital. There are no purchases or contributions budgeted for the complex master plan implementation. The capital contribution will need an increase of $5,000 from $35,000 to $40,000 to align with inflationary increases to support their equipment needs. Purchases include replacing 2 pieces of equipment, a Polaris Ranger utility vehicle and a Honda utility vehicle with 1 utility spray vehicle for $48,020. Any questions on the noxious weed control program before we move on?
Of course, I have a question, Audra. One of the concerns I have about noxious weed control is the chemicals that are used. And I like to think that we are providing special protective gear for the people who are spraying, or how is that in our budget?
Thank you for that question, Chair Payne. I'm pretty sure we have safety and equipment in the budget for our
Where?
staff. Are you asking where that would be?
Yeah.
It would be in go to page 35. So under operating supplies, I don't have it itemized out. We have routine operating supplies of $600. We also have chemical and medical supplies for $20,000 in the next line. So we have a total of $20,600 that can be used for safety equipment and PPE for our staff.
And is it used religiously? I mean, do the people in our department know this has got to be done because we're going to get sued if it isn't?
Yes.
That true, Christian? Thank you.
Chair Payne,
Roger?
I just thought I would just mention this. Our Public Works Department is extremely engaged in our safety efforts here in Lewis and Clark County. They have staff assigned to participate in our overall safety meetings that happen on a regular basis too. They really pay attention to safety-related issues, and that's a priority for them. I just wanted to share that with you.
Thank you, Roger. That is reassuring. We have all these people working for us, and of course, we don't want this outside citizens to be injured either, but the people, this is our family, and we have to make sure they're being taken care of. So thank you, Adder. Thank you, Christian.
Thank you, Chair Payne. So moving on to the Noxious Weed Trust Fund. This fund was established to account for grants from the Montana Noxious Weed Trust Fund that are intended for research projects, community education and development, and local cooperative landowner cost share programs. This fund also accounts for other grant opportunities and agreements. For fiscal year 26, special county reservation grant purchases include any unanticipated item throughout fiscal year 26 voted by a majority of the Noxious Weed Board not to exceed $40,000. The Montana Department of Transportation weed grant purchases include any unanticipated items through fiscal year 26 voted by a majority of the Noxious Weed Board not to exceed $7,000. There are other partnership projects outlined on this slide that include the USDA Forest Service Beaver Creek Restoration Project that has a balance of $22,573. The USDA Forest Service Roads and Rangeland, which has a balance of $16,612, and the Noxious Weed Trust Fund Landers Fork Alice Creek Project, which has a balance of $5,203. Okay. Are there any questions on the Noxious Weed Trust Fund?
Andy?
Nope.
I think even I am understanding this, so thank you.
Great. All right, we'll move on to the mosquito control districts. That includes Wolf Creek Craig District and the Helena Valley District. The mosquito control districts are authorized to protect public health and prevent disease by controlling and exterminating mosquitoes. The Noxious Weed Program Coordinator and Administrative Assistants 2 positions provide oversight for both districts. Revenue is primarily from a mill levy on benefiting residents' property tax statements. The budgets that I'll be presenting to you were recommended by the Mosquito Control Board on April 8th, 2025. For the Craig Mosquito District, revenue is expected to remain the same at $25,800. The Craig District has $19,211 total budgeted expenses that include $17,178 estimated for the mosquito spraying contract. There will be 10% cost share with the Helena Valley Mosquito District for the following things: the Northwest Mosquito and Vector Control Association membership fee. The total fee is $50. Craig will contribute $5. For legal advertisement for the request for proposal on the new mosquito spraying contract, that is estimated to cost $250, and Craig will pay up to $25 for that. And travel and training costs for staff, the total is budgeted at $800,000, and Craig will contribute $80 to that. There's also a surface water pesticide general permit application fee of $50 and an annual renewal amount of $25. There's $250 budgeted for board member mileage reimbursements, $155 for postage, and $1,280 estimated fixed administrative fee. Any questions on Craig before I move on to the Helena Valley Mosquito Control District?
I have a question, Audra, on the total expense for the Craig Mosquito Control District. There is a 13% drop in the budget for 26 as compared to 25. Can you explain why that is?
Yes, Chair Payne, thank you for that question, Commissioners. The reason for the drop is in fiscal year '24, when we were budgeting for '25, there was a final payment due to the weed sprayer, the mosquito sprayer on the spraying contract that wasn't going to make it in the fiscal year. So you'll see that actual amount in fiscal year '24 is only $10,492. That was short the final payment for the spray season. And so I had to budget that final payment in fiscal year '25 because we had to kind of double up that payment.
Thank you for that explanation. It's very helpful. Tom, do you have any questions? No. Andy? Roger? Frank, anything? Okay.
Well, Commissioner Payne, it's not really a question, and I should have mentioned this earlier in Audra's presentation, going back to the noxious weeds. And Commissioner, I think Jenny's had this in her reports recently too, but there's is it correct to call it a demonstration garden? So
A demonstration what?
Garden, and
Oh.
I don't know if Jenny might want to just let the commissioners know what that's all about. I think it's a pretty interesting thing they've done over there.
Sure. Chair Payne, Commissioners, thank you, Roger. So last year, if you recall, with the support of the Noxious Weed Board, they recommended that we get a greenhouse. And so a greenhouse was purchased, it was set up. Some plants were started last year, but this is the first year that we're able to kind of maybe get a complete season of what that looks like. And the idea is to grow noxious weeds so that we can get them in the different series of how they're germinating, so that you can see when they start, what they look like when they're fully grown, what they look like when they die, so that they can be used for taking to education events, demonstrations, things like that, so people can actually see physically the plant versus just looking at a picture moving forward. The other interesting thing, I think, if you're down at the Public Works Complex, take a walk through the greenhouse. It's not a large greenhouse, but there's some plants growing in there. And Alex Lopez, our weed planter, is instrumental in helping us get that stuff started and grown. The other interesting thing that they've done is they've also done a before and after of a plot of dirt with the hydro seeder. So if we use a certain seed mix and you use it on that soil, what is it, when and how fast will that material grow? So we use the landfill. We did some hydro seeding for them at the berm at the landfill, which is definitely cost savings for the solid waste operations. And that same seed mix was planted on this demonstration plot to show their soil and how it's growing versus adding a little bit of compost or topsoil and see how that's growing. So it just provides some visual aids for education and outreach to try to help the public when they go to different events like the Home Builders Industry Association or to the schools for education and outreach opportunities. So thank you. Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, thank you. That's very interesting. Do you have a question? Question, Tom?
Nothing.
Okay. Go for it.
Okay, moving back to mosquitoes. Helena Valley District, the assessment revenue is expected to remain the same at $310,270. We have $241,578 total budgeted expenses. $238,805 of the budgeted expenses is estimated for the mosquito spraying contract. The Helena Valley District will share 90% of the costs that I mentioned earlier with Craig. The Northwest Mosquito and Vector Control Association membership fee, again, the total was $50. Helena Valley will pay $45 of that. Legal advertisement for the request for proposal for the mosquito spraying contract. Total is estimated at $250. Helena Valley will pay $225 of that. Travel and training costs are budgeted at $800, and Helena Valley will pay $720 of that. Surface water pesticide general permit application is due in fiscal year '26 with a fee of $50, along with an annual renewal amount of $25. There's $1,553 estimated in as the fixed administrative fee for the Helena Valley Mosquito District. Any questions on mosquitoes before we move on?
Seeing no questions, please continue.
Okay, we'll move on to the final budget for this presentation, which is the Forestvale Cemetery. The Forestvale Cemetery is a registered historical landmark cemetery that provides citizens with professional and dignified interment and estate planning services. The operations and maintenance budget will see a 4% increase from fiscal year 25. Minor equipment totals $8,200 and includes a fire safety fuel closet at $2,200, a desk, file cabinet, and office chairs for $3,000, and unanticipated equipment replacements at $3,000. The Forestvale Cemetery will see an increase in utility costs from $24,500 to $32,311. Okay, the bigger change for this budget will be in the capital. The capital contribution will increase to $425,000 from $175,000. This big increase is to begin saving for the cemetery expansion that is currently underway. Purchases in fiscal year 26 total $860,350 and will include an automatic gate at the north entrance for $27,680. Replacement of a well pump, $14,780. Replacing the backhoe with a mini excavator and skid steer, $178,630. A columbarium and landscape garden area at $55,000. Extending a portion of the irrigation system for $69,210. And cemetery expansion costs such as landscape architecture, phase 1 construction, fencing the McHugh Drive border, and irrigation improvements that will total $505,220. The next slide is a mock-up of the Forestvale Cemetery preliminary expansion plan. Are there any questions on the Forestvale Cemetery budget?
I would think it might be helpful if our Forestvale Cemetery person in charge could maybe give us a little update on how this plan came about, if you don't mind.
Chair Payne, I don't mind. I think that's a great idea. We'll have Wendell Richards come up.
Morning, Chair Payne, Commissioners.
Good morning.
And I'm sorry, could you I didn't quite get the whole question there.
Okay, first of all, you have to state your name for the record.
My name is Wendell Richards, Forestvale Supervisor.
Wendell Richards?
Yes.
Okay. And this is a preliminary expansion plan for the Forestvale Cemetery, and I would just like to have a little explanation as to how this came about and what the expansion plan will address and how long this expansion is. Is it good for 20 years or 100 years? That kind of thing.
Yes, thank you. So the expansion plan came about because we are running out of room in that top right corner. You know, the darker, that's the currently developed cemetery now. So as it sits, we only have about 4 to 5 acres to develop there before we run out of room in that developed plot, in that developed area. So this expansion plan came about to start addressing that. It will be phased in. What you see there with all the roads at this time, at the time of the budget hearing here, is what Steiner Thusen has put together and what the Forestvale Cemetery Board's approved as far as the general layout of the road work there. There's obviously plots that still need to be laid in there. It will be phased in. And as we finish out the plot diagrams and things like that, Steiner Thusen will phase it for us to kind of do a general cost.
Steiner Thusen is the engineer? Or
Yes, Chair. Yes, Steiner Thusen, the company, Nathan Steiner, they were who selected for the architectural and design and the master concept.
Okay, thank you.
So it will be phased in, and in general that, well, on your graphic, there would be the lower right area that is generally as long as everything comes through like we think, that will be the first phase there. And then just depending, as far as how long it lasts, as you can see, the plan itself almost doubles the developed cemetery in size. So the Helena population obviously getting larger, but what you see in the upper right has been there for 130 years. So, yeah, depending on, I guess, the growth of the city and everything else like that, it should last us. And this really came about because 4 years ago, when I took over Forestvale, there was no master plan for that. And with the cemetery trustee board turning over every few years and things like that, we thought it would just be a good idea to have something in place. Obviously, it can always be changed, but something in place for an extended period of time. So whether someone takes over my position or the Forestvale trustees, they'd be able to have something there to kind of go by.
Thank you. Does the county or does the Forestvale Cemetery own this entire chunk of real estate?
Yes, Chair. So we own that chunk of real estate. Total, there's 150 acres out there
Okay.
for that. So there's that another 50 to the north or to the top that we would own as well for future expansion.
And what is the little red outline in the center here?
So, excuse me. So currently that is where the cemetery shop and office is. Basically around that red outline there and things like that. That's going to be like a fenced in utility yard area for our equipment and things like that.
Do you have much vandalism out there?
No, we don't. I mean, we do occasionally, get something, but as far as vandalism, at least in the last 4 years, maybe 1 or 2 instances.
Okay. Tom, do you have any questions?
Just to note, though, I was certainly impressed with after the wind damage here a while back, how you folks took care of that, got the trees taken out of, and did it yourself without having to hire anybody to do that. So I was very impressed with how that was all done in-house.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Andy?
Chair Payne, just curiosity question about the new automatic gate at the north
yeah.
entrance, and tell us a little bit about that. And then I was going to ask about the trees as well. I know that there's been, over the last several years, a few tree issues, loss of some trees. How's that going? How's the health? And I'm sure there's some new ones that have been planted as well. It looks great out there, by the way.
Thank you. So for the entry gate there, the plan behind that is, while we do not have a lot of vandalism, we do, cemetery hours are sun up to sunset. We do get quite a few people, whether it be homeless or whatever, that will come in there at night and sleep and things like that. And so the trustees would like to have that automatic gate would basically, since operating hours are 8 to 4:30, but the cemetery technically is open till sundown, that automatic gate would stay open but then close. And at least if somebody was in there after staff had left, it would allow them to get out, but not allow new people in, especially after a certain time for that. We did have a few instances where, the sheriffs were never needed to be called or anything. We were able to take care of it, but there have been, it just seems lately in the last couple of years, a lot more people using that as an overnight camping spot in a sense. Never any damage, but it just kind of, heading that off, I guess. And then as far as the trees, it's the cleanup is still ongoing. So, and it for a couple of reasons. The irrigation in the upper right corner is at the end of its lifespan. It's been 30 years. The trees did do a lot of damage to that. We're still cleaning, or still repairing a lot of that damage to the irrigation system. And then as we find it, since it is towards the end of its lifespan and there's just different materials used when it was first put in, we've been replacing it with current material. So
Thanks.
Thank you. That was really interesting. Anything else? Thank you for what you do.
thank
Now, Audra, get back up here and finish this.
Did you have any questions for me, Chair Payne? I'll let Jenny close. That was our last budget for this presentation.
This is Is this the last thing on this presentation?
For the 9 a.m. presentation, we'll be back at 10 for the solid waste presentation.
And what time is it? I can't see the clock.
9:45.
We're doing pretty good, aren't we? Okay, well, then we can take a little break until 10 o'clock. Unless Miss Jenny has something important to say, and I'm sure she does.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, yeah, this does conclude this segment of our Public Works presentations. I just want to reiterate what is talked about earlier. One main key component of Public Works is we often talk about safety, and so personal protective equipment, safety protocols, safety procedures is something that we talk about on a regular basis. There's always room for improvement, but I agree with you wholeheartedly that the employees are the number one and that we need to do what we can do to protect those folks. I do believe that Dave Birch with the Noxious Weed Board is here, and I believe he wanted to provide public comment. So we'll conclude ours, and maybe you want to open up for public comment to get his input on this matter. Thank you.
She's so smart. Thank you. This point, we could have public comment. Come up and state your name.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Dave Birch, spelled B-U-R-C-H, and I am currently the Weed Board Chair for the county, Noxious Weed Program. I just wanted to give you a couple little quick updates. We have, at our April meeting, the board unanimously accepted the budget as presented to us. We feel that one portion of it that I'd like to speak out to in particular is the increase for Alex Lopez's position, the weed program manager. That's very important that we have that position. I think it needs to be full-time. So we're at 0.09 FTE away from that. And we'd really appreciate that you fund that 0.09 position and get him up to a full-time position. It's pretty critical. I feel that it's critical. I've been in this world for 40-some years now,
You look older than that.
doing different weed stuff. I'm older than that, but
Okay.
that's how long I've been in weeds. So it's as things continue to grow and more people coming in, we need that extra person to help out with some stuff. And Christian and the staff down there do a great job anyway, but Alex being full-time would be another feather in our cap, actually. So I hope that you do that. One other thing that I'd like to clarify, you were talking about herbicides, pesticides basically, but the label is the law, and the label requires people to wear PPE, protection equipment. So they are bound by the label to follow that label to the letter, and that is the law. And then if it says you will wear PPE, you better be wearing PPE.
And we do enforce that.
Yes, we do. Christian does a great job with that. So, but other than that, I just appreciate your time and hope that you pass that budget, and especially with another 0.09 FTE in there. Thank you.
Thank you for coming in.
Yep. Thank you.
Oh, wait a second. Any questions, Andy? Any questions, Tom?
No. Thank you.
They're just not as curious as I am, so thank you.
Yep.
Any more public comment? Okay, then we will take a break until 10 o'clock. We continue this little party. Okay, it is time to commence with the next part of our Public Works budget, and this involves the landfill. One of my favorites. This is just fascinating. Proceed, Miss Jenny.
Good morning, Chair Payne, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Jenny Chambers, Lewis-Clark County Public Works Director. The areas covered in this presentation for the Public Works Department will be focused on solid waste. Budgets include county landfill, also the scratch gravel, Marysville, Augusta, and Lincoln solid waste districts. This session this morning is the first time that the full solid waste picture will be presented at the same time. In the past, you've had the budget information, but it was not necessarily compiled all in the same presentation type format so that you can kind of have a holistic approach of what we're talking about for our county solid waste operations. I'm pleased to say that the team has taken this holistic approach and that we are always looking for ways to streamline, strengthen, and look at cost effectiveness for disposal and hauling of our county-wide solid waste management for the Lewis and Clark County solid waste districts and county residents. Attendees include Pete Anderson, the City of Helena Solid Waste Superintendent, Jackie Pearson, the landfill manager. In addition, the financial coordinators, Audra Zackrell, Assistant Public Works Director, and Misty Edwards, our financial department, are here to assist with the budget presentations. As you're aware, the City of Helena and Lewis and Clark County have an interlocal agreement for a cost-saving partnership in management and coordination. So we do work as a team on our solid waste operations in the county. At this time, I'd like to turn over to Audra to start walking through the budget presentations.
Thank you, Jenny.
Good morning again, Chair Payne, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Audra Zackrell, Assistant Director of Public Works. As we begin the solid waste budgets this morning, for those people that are just joining us, I would like to point out that I am only going to mention the significant differences from the prior year, and that personnel budgets for all of these budgets include a 2.13% matrix adjustment, step increases, longevity, and a health insurance premium increase of $245 per month per employee. For clarity, if I say CIP, that means capital improvement plan. If I say O&M, that means operations and maintenance.
Audra,
Yes.
just I'm looking at what you've got up on the board, and the personnel budget increase that includes $245 per month per employee. Is that paid to the employee, or does that get paid directly into the insurance?
Thank you, Chair Payne. The $245 per month is how much the insurance premium has increased per employee per month. So it is not being passed on to the employees at this time.
Okay. We are providing that. So it is not included, for example, as income on their income
Correct.
taxes.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. The landfill, Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District, Marysville Subdistrict, and Augusta Transfer Station are managed by the City of Helena through an interlocal agreement established in 2015. The city also provides assistance and support for the Lincoln Transfer Site. Currently, 5.48 county FTEs and two city FTEs manage solid waste activities using best management practices to achieve the lowest possible cost to ratepayers while maintaining strong stewardship of the earth through recycling, reduction, and reuse. The fiscal year 26 budget proposes to increase the FTE count by 0.2 for hauling services. The Lewis and Clark County Commission governs these programs through the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste Advisory Board, the Augusta Solid Waste Advisory Board, and the Lincoln Solid Waste Advisory Board. I'll begin with the Lewis and Clark County landfill budget. This budget was recommended by the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste Board on April 10th of 2025. Revenue. This budget recommends that the Class 2 tipping fee decrease by $2 from $24 a ton to $22 a ton. Class 2 is municipal solid waste. That's your average waste that you throw away in your household. The Class 4 tipping is budgeted to remain at $21 a ton. Class 4 is your construction and demolition waste. The revenue budget is assuming 48,280 total estimated tons coming into the landfill, 42,000 tons from the Helena Transfer Station, 230 tons from the Marysville District, 650 tons from the Augusta District, 4,000 tons from Broadwater County, 1,400 tons from the Lincoln District. Actual tonnage from the city transfer station to the landfill in the past 10 fiscal years is in your budget packet. For anybody listening that can't see that, in fiscal year 15, there was 37,177 tons received in the landfill. And for fiscal year 24, there was 41,423 tons. So for personnel, personnel changes related to hauling for Augusta, Lincoln, and Marysville include approximately $25,470 for landfill staff time to haul for the outlying areas, and it will mean an increase of just 0.2 FTE from 0.8 to 1 full-time FTE for an equipment operator, and that impact is $15,000. And a classification change of a 0.5 FTE landfill attendant position to an equipment operator position, and that impact is $9,300. Are there any questions on personnel and the hauling before I move forward with the operations and maintenance portion?
I have some questions on the hauling.
Yes.
So they're going to deduct approximately 25,470 for landfill staff time. So are they, I know we've changed the method of what happens to the Augusta solid waste. I believe it is now being hauled here.
Thank you, Chair Payne. Yes.
Yeah.
So the Lincoln Solid Waste District and Augusta Solid Waste District used to be hauled by a private hauler.
Yes.
And the cost has become pretty prohibitive for those districts. So we looked to our landfill staff to analyze whether they would be able to haul that waste from Augusta and Lincoln to our county landfill at a cost savings for those districts. We started with Augusta this year hauling their waste. And in fiscal year 26, the county would like to start hauling Lincoln's waste to our county landfill. And so when that happens, because the haulers at the landfill are already county employees, rather than, we're not quite sure how much time it's going to take exactly. So rather than hard coding personnel time, each time they perform hauling for Marysville or Lincoln or Augusta, they'll put it on their time card as Augusta, as a Lincoln, or as Marysville. So their actual time will be paid from those districts. So their budgeted hours are in the landfill budget, but their actual hours will be paid from the actual funds that they're hauling for. So it means a savings for the landfill, but it will be an expense for those districts. So I have to take that into account. It offsets.
But by not having the private hauler, I mean, that's the part of the budget that was beyond our control. The county has some control over those costs, right?
Correct.
And so it's going to work out. I know
Correct.
it is.
Correct. And Chair Payne, when we get to the Lincoln and Augusta budgets, Misty will detail for you what that cost savings will be for those budgets, even with paying the county landfill staff to haul for them.
Does that include Marysville?
Marysville, we can talk about that in the Marysville budget section.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tom, any questions? Andy? No, they want to keep
Make
chugging
them.
along.
Okay. The operations and maintenance budget for the landfill will decrease by 7% from fiscal year 25. Minor equipment totals $19,500 and includes temperature probes for $7,500, leachate pond aeration evaporation solar fountain for $7,000, and unanticipated small tool replacements for $1,500. We will be reducing operating supplies budget to average use. It will go from $13,000 down to $8,000. Repair and maintenance costs increased $36,000 to provide the hauling service. With the equipment that we'll be hauling, we want to make sure we're keeping up on the maintenance of those, so we increase our maintenance budget to maintain that equipment. We're increasing buildings and grounds repair and maintenance from 2,500 to 7,500. And the City of Helena's management fee is estimated at $85,284, assuming a 3.5% cost of living adjustment from fiscal year 25. Any questions?
Any questions, Andy?
Chair Payne, I want to see the solar fountain after it's in. It'd be a really cool tour. So I need a new tour. That's my only request at this time. Nothing about the budget right now.
Okay. Tom, do you have any comments or questions?
You know, is Andy's?
Yeah, it
line-
is on. I can see.
Okay, I wasn't hearing it. Yeah.
Sorry, I might not have been
There
speaking
we
into
go.
the microphone. Sorry,
Oh.
Commissioner.
All right. It just seems to me like you've made a really good move here by taking in Lincoln and Augusta. And I think it's wonderful that we're taking care of all this ourselves. And I'm doing it more efficiently and more cost effectively as being done by outside sources. So thank you for that attempt and actually a successful one to do, it appears.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Along those lines, we have added, I believe you said Broadwater County, and now Lincoln, and so they're all being hauled to our landfill.
Correct.
What is this going to do to the lifespan of our landfill? When does it get full, and when do we say we got to look around for something different?
Chair Payne, that's a great question. That one always comes up when we're bringing more waste into our landfill. When we first cited the landfill, I believe there was like 75 years life to the current licensed area. And then we made some changes to how we were landfilling, and that life increased to 100 years. Now, I believe we're still like between 90 and 100 years of life. And we are in phase 4 of our landfill. And I think as, solid waste continues to become more efficient and there's technology and modern things that are coming out that on how to handle waste, I'm not sure we're going to see in our lifetime that we need to be concerned about losing space in the landfill. And this is only the licensed site. We still have a whole nother piece of property that is set aside for the future growth of the landfill that has not been licensed, but it's ready to do so if we're ever concerned that we're going to run out of space in our landfill. So
And is that in the same area as our current landfill?
it's adjacent to it, yes.
Okay, and the county owns that property?
Correct.
Okay. I think that's all I can think of. Any further questions, comments? Moving along.
For debt service, we have a 12.5-year loan for the Phase 4A construction. The final payoff is in January of fiscal year 30. We will be making a payment in fiscal year 26 of $109,869. For capital, we will be budgeting to make a capital contribution of $675,000. And purchases include $35,000 for a federal surplus opportunity and equipment required to provide hauling services, 2 roll-off trucks at $192,500, and a semi-tractor at $53,000.
$35,000 for federal surplus opportunity. What the heck does that mean?
Thank you, Chair Payne. Throughout the year, we get notified from the federal government and sometimes from the state that they have equipment that they're surplusing that they no longer need, and they're willing to sell to local governments at a reduced price. And we're able to pick that equipment up. It's been maintained. It's, for the most part, in pretty good shape and at a significant savings to the county. So we try to keep this $35,000 budgeted each year to take advantage of those situations.
Okay, thank you. Tom?
No, that's great.
Oh, Andy? Okay.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District budget. Again, this budget was recommended by the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste Board on April 10th, 2025. Scratch gravel revenue, the assessment is proposed to remain at $98 per residential unit, assuming 15,350 assessments. That means about $1.5 million. There are no personnel costs in the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste budget. The board clerk costs are covered in the Public Works administrative fee. The operations and maintenance budget will see a 30% increase from fiscal year 25. That increase is mainly from the increase in the City of Helena tipping fee from $54.75 to $58.75 a ton. This is the largest expense for the Scratch Gravel District. They bring in about 18,000 tons to the city transfer station, where I'm assuming over $1 million in tipping fees to the City of Helena. As you may have heard, the city is not intending to pass on the landfill tipping fee decrease of $2 to the city or county residents, as has been done in the past. The impact to Scratch Gravel residents of the $4 increase in the city's tipping fee is approximately $72,000. The city recycling fee remains $275,000, which is half of the recycling program budget. Approximately 16% of the assessment, or $15.70 per residential unit per year, of their assessment is related to recycling expenses. The City of Helena management fee is estimated at $77,289. That's assuming a 3.5% cost of living adjustment from fiscal year 25. The capital contribution for the Scratch Gravel District will be $50,000. Purchases include anticipated consulting and engineering needed and some unknown related expenses to move forward with the Integrated Solid Waste Master Plan recommendations. We've budgeted $300,000 for those things. Are there any questions on the Scratch Gravel budget?
Recently, and there's a lot of things going on here, and I remember Roger talking to me about the old Scratch Gravel solid waste landfill, and is the upkeep or whatever it is we have to do with that, is that in this budget, or is that, do you know any, Roger, help me with this.
Chair Payne and Commissioners, Commissioner, I don't know the specific conversation you're referring to. Was it perhaps in the context of the Bluebell settlement that we're working on?
Yes.
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 So that's a work in progress. Our Public Works team's been working well on that. Maybe Audrey could speak to that a little bit.
Chair Payne, also, there's still monitoring required on the old Scratch Gravel landfill, water and methane monitoring that is performed. And
what
those
required
expenses,
by federal law or
state.
law?
Yep.
Okay.
And those expenses come out of the Scratch Gravel budget. Yes.
So that is included in this particular budget.
Correct. Yes.
See? Go ahead. That always pleases me when I actually put 2 and 2 together and come up with 4. Okay, thank you. Continue, please.
All right, see no other questions on the Scratch Gravel budget. We'll move on to the Marysville Solid Waste Subdistrict budget. Again, this budget was recommended by the Scratch Gravel Board on April 10th, 2025. The assessment for the Marysville District is proposed to remain $65 per residential unit, and assuming 550 assessments, that will bring in $35,750 in revenue. This assessment is to operate the Marysville Convenience Site. Marysville Subdistrict residents also pay the $98 Scratch Gravel assessment to use the City of Helena transfer station and for all their solid waste disposal fees. Personnel. Hauling by landfill staff is estimated to cost $2,474. For operations and maintenance, there will be a 31% decrease from fiscal year '25. And there are no
Can you-
cap.
What is the basis for that decrease?
Yes, thank you, Chair Payne. The decrease, for fiscal year '26, I made the decision to budget a little different for Marysville. In the past, we've been budgeting for all the potential things that could come up for Marysville. And in fiscal year '26, I looked at the past 5 years and realized that we typically are not spending quite what we're budgeting. So we're budgeting in fiscal year '26 based on historical expenses rather than on potential expenses. It's a little bit risky, but we have a capital reserve that in the past, the finance officer has allowed us to move funds back and forth from operations. And there's very little in the Marysville CIP. So in order to keep the costs down for Marysville as low as possible, this was the decision I made this year.
Okay, now just a housekeeping thing.
Mhm.
We previously were talking about the scratch gravel solid waste district. And then you moved into Marysville solid waste, and it says the budget as recommended by the scratch gravel solid waste board.
Yes, thank you, Chair Payne.
Is there a separate board for Marysville, or is it the same one?
It is the same one. The Marysville, we call it a sub-district of the Scratch Gravel Solid Waste District. That's the Marysville residents way back when wanted a convenience site closer to their residences so they wouldn't have to bring their waste all the way into the city transfer station. And so they decided they were willing to pay an assessment just to create that drop-off site. And the assessment that they pay pays just for the operation of that site. The Scratch Gravel District, they also pay that assessment, and that assessment covers their disposal of their waste.
Thank you. That's a good explanation. Tom, anything? Andy? Okay, proceed, please.
Okay, well, at this time, that's the end of my portion of the presentation for the solid waste budgets, and I'd like to introduce Misty Edwards, the finance coordinator for the Augusta and Lincoln Solid Waste Districts, to present those two budgets for you.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Misty Edwards, Finance Coordinator in County Finance. And because we are approaching solid waste holistically, I'm working with the Public Works Department this year on budgets and presenting to you at this time.
Wait a minute. What do you mean holistically?
Like the whole county,
Okay.
solid waste for the whole county.
Okay.
Yep. So the first one I'll present is Augusta Solid Waste. This budget was recommended by the Augusta Solid Waste Board on April 11th of this year. Revenue, the assessment is proposed to remain the same at $145, assuming 815 assessments for a total revenue of $118,175. Personnel, in addition to the attendant, personnel is expected to increase a little bit to account for hauling by landfill staff, and that's estimated to cost $7,262. Operations and maintenance, we're anticipating a 32% decrease from fiscal year 2025, and that is due to, in '25, we purchased some equipment to move to self-hauling for Augusta, and those purchases have been made, the maintenance has been done, so we'll see a decrease in our operations and maintenance this year. The City of Helena management fee is estimated at $5,350, assuming a 3.5% cost of living adjustment. Recycling is estimated at $4,150, and the tipping fee decrease will reduce the fee from $15,600 to $14,300. Augusta does have debt service. The took out a loan from the landfill to purchase a trailer. We're anticipating paying 2 payments this year for a total of $17,914, and that will reduce the life of the loan from 5 years to 4 years. And this is the first year of implementing a CIP for Augusta. A contribution of $29,500 is anticipated with no purchases this next fiscal year. Are there any questions about Augusta?
On your last statement regarding the contribution of $29,500 is budgeted, where is that? Where is that budget? Where is that money coming from?
It's coming from Augusta's capital reserve, or cash reserves, excuse me.
Augusta's CIP.
Yeah. Their cash, they have a high cash balance, so they can use that cash balance to start a CIP.
So are they, okay, so they are doing a CIP to pay for the debt from the previous,
No, they're using their cash to pay for their debt, and they're using their cash to start a CIP. And they don't have a CIP yet, so there's no equipment in there. This is just seed money to get it started.
okay, thank you.
Yep. Did you want to add something, Jenny? Yep.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, if you guys recall, about 3 years ago when I started, the Augusta Solid Waste District was going into the red as far as negative cash balance. And so I think it's great to highlight the fact that, yes, there's been a slight increase in the assessment for those homeowners to use the Augusta Solid Waste District. But in the last 3 years, we actually have got that back into the black, created some economic opportunities for them as far as having a cash reserve, looking at cost savings to get out of the private hauler and hauling to the Lewis Clark landfill, getting staffing up there in place, and a backup plan for attendance, reducing some of their over operational expenses with just how they were doing baling and compacting of some of the material. And so it's a huge success for the landfill manager, Jackie, oversight of that facility, as well as the financial aspects to figure out how we can provide cost savings. So when she says this is the first year they're doing a capital improvement plan, that's a big deal. This is the first year they're able to save money for long-term infrastructure, whether that's a new vault toilet to replace the one that I have used once, but probably will never use it again. Some things with the backhoe and the equipment of that facility, just overall life projections to start saving money for some infrastructure improvements and things that they need to do in the future to try to manage everything. So it's a big deal to say that this is the first year they have a CIP.
Any comment, Tom?
Yeah, I just, I am amazed at the turnaround up there. And I think to a large degree, the personal effort by Jenny and Jackie to go up there and just get a hands-on feel for what was going on and get it corrected. I think they did a wonderful work, and it's paying off.
Thank you, Tom. Andy?
Chair Payne, absolutely agree, but throw Misty in there as well. I think
Yes.
some major finagling and working on this for a while. When was the transition formally made?
It was July of last year, July 1.
Okay.
Yep.
So
Yeah, and we started a permitting system, which really helped kind of track who was paying the assessment, who wasn't. That kind of helped nail down some of the revenue for sure.
and you track that permitting system?
Yeah.
Yeah. And get all those out. Thank you for that. Yeah, it has been a really great transition, and a lot's happened very quickly to be where we are. It's a big deal, as Jenny just said.
Yeah.
To be where we are now financially and on the right path. And same hopes for Lincoln here. And we'll hear
Been
about
very
we'll hear
successful,
about that
so
next.
I'm hopeful.
Yeah, thanks.
Nervous, but hopeful.
Thank you.
Well done.
Okay.
I sat on the Augusta Solid Waste board for a while, and yeah, it's just amazing all of the things they get done, and how, just kind of moving along and getting it done quietly, and the citizens up there, yeah, well, of course it works. Not realizing how challenging it is to keep that headed in the right direction.
Yeah.
So thank you all
Sure.
for your hard work. Okay, ready
Okay.
for,
If we don't have any other Augusta questions, I will move on to Lincoln. Lincoln is exactly where Augusta was a year ago. We are getting ready to transition to having landfill staff do our hauling and ending the contract with Republic Services. So the Lincoln Solid Waste District budget was adopted by the Lincoln Solid Waste Board on April 22nd. Revenue, the assessment is proposed to remain the same at $144 because we are transitioning to the landfill. That's assuming 1,319 assessments for a total revenue of $189,936. The revenue also includes 3 new rates, one for construction and demolition waste at $15 per cubic yard, one for mattresses, box springs at $7 each, and one for larger furniture like sofas and couches at $10 each. Personnel, we are budgeted to add 0.6 FTE to staff the transfer site. So the current staff member up there is an employee of Republic Services, so we will have to add FTE to take over operations of that site. Estimating that to cost $44,500. And hauling by the landfill staff is estimated to cost $15,734. Operations and maintenance will see a 34% decrease from fiscal year 25. And the bulk, all of that increase is due to canceling the contract with Republic Services. We'll see an approximate savings of $45,000 with the cancellation of that contract. We will have to add a management fee to the city of Helena to have Pete and Jackie help with that site, and that's estimated to be $5,350. Lincoln does not have a capital plan. The goal is to start one with some savings in fiscal year 26. Do you have any other questions for me on Lincoln?
Chair Payne.
Andy.
I'm just curious, I think, kind of a side note, but Lincoln's unique in the sense that there's a bunch of people that have pickup. Do we work out that?
Commissioner Payne, Commissioner Hunthausen, that is an excellent question. It's probably been one of the biggest sticking points is that Lincoln has curbside pickup service for residents who choose to use it. It's not a requirement of the district. They pay Republic Services to pick up their trash and haul it. With the cancellation of the contract for the staffing and the hauling and tipping, I have tried to have communications with Republic Services multiple times and have not gotten a response back if they will continue it. They have indicated that if they do continue it, they would run it from Great Falls. So I'm anticipating that's what they'll do, but I have had conversations with Pete and Jackie, and we do have maybe a quick solution if we need to do that.
Okay. Well, good. It'd be good to hear. The only other thing is before we leave this one is I just wanted to say thanks. I think it's been a great partnership, City of Helena and Pete and everybody. Thank you for all of the solid waste partnerships we have. I think it's just been great for the system across the board since we've transitioned overall. And there's always bumps and humps in the road, but
Yep.
It's been good. And so just appreciate the partnership again and working together, city as well. So, and thanks to everybody. Thanks, Misty. You don't get enough credit a lot of times because you're in the behind the scenes running a Lincoln and Augusta from the financial and permitting perspective and engaging with all those citizens on a regular basis. So thanks for what you do.
Thank you. Any other questions about Lincoln?
Nope.
Chair,
All right.
Chair Payne, can I just say, just real
Yes.
quick,
So,
while Missy was up there,
Misty,
she's running away.
Excuse
She
me?
knows exactly what I'm going to do here, but
uh-oh.
I just want to say
Virtual
thank
hug.
you. She's been doing an amazing job in the finance team. Yeah, okay.
Don't you dare.
It is emotional. It is.
Yeah. It's not always easy to recommend that you gotta raise rates. But I really appreciate your straightforwardness and honesty to the people and to us to help manage it properly. And
Yeah.
it's really worked out. You're a good steward of the money.
Lincoln has been a challenge, but it's been worth it. So
Thank you.
I appreciate the people up there, and I appreciate Frank very much. So
We appreciate you, and you keep me on track. You keep everybody on track. These budget books are put together because of Misty. She keeps the train on time. Everything all financial. We're working on this new transition into FE. She's a critical
Transition into what?
a new ERP
finance.
system, accounting system software, and this is
thank
a huge lift, and this is putting a lot of pressure on Amy's team, my team. We have a new accounting manager, Jen Garber. Misty has just been, and Marnie as well, have been doing a great job of making sure that folks are getting their trainings in, getting used to the system. It's going to be difficult, but with people like Misty and others around the county taking it very serious, and that it is very, very important.
Pete's face is turning red. Is this an indication he's about to have a stroke, or has he got something else to say?
Lots of sun. But just good work, Misty. Thank you.
Good work, Misty.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, I just want to close a little bit and just wrap up the solid waste budget. Yes, this is a great team you have here in front of you working on your solid waste activities within the county. But there are some folks here that are missing that I do want to highlight. They oftentimes don't get a lot of attention. It's the landfill equipment operators and the landfill attendants. You know, they're the ones doing the work. We come up with the planning and the budget, come up with these game plans that we're going to haul from Augusta and Lincoln, but you have to have people willing to do that for us. Drive to Augusta, collect the roll-off, come back and dispose of it, manage the landfill. And Pete and Jackie have done a great job managing those staff at our county, their county employees. And we're doing a lot of the work in-house. That's providing a huge cost savings to our ratepayers, whether that's opening a new cell, reclaiming and closing the old cell, moving dirt, providing covers, picking up litter, you name it, they're out there on the ground doing those things. And then our landfill attendants, both in Augusta and Lincoln, Future, and in Marysville, they're the ones on the scene talking to the residents. We're not out there doing that on a regular basis. And so they're helping that whole customer service, making the whole process work. So just want to highlight those folks because they oftentimes don't get attention, nor would they want it if they were sitting here sometimes. They like to be in that excavator or equipment doing the work they're doing, but they are instrumental in the team for our solid waste operations. So thank you today. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jenny. Okay. Are we, let's see, are we ready to move into the community planning, or where are we? What? People want to take a 5-minute break. We're having so much fun here. Okay. Andy has to have a 5-minute break, even though it is not exactly 11 o'clock. The light reflects on that clock, so I can't really tell what time it is. But if Greg wants to go, okay, let's end the recess and begin the part where Greg McNally tells us everything we need to know about planning.
Good morning, Chair Payne, Commissioners. Greg McNally with the Community Development Planning Department, here to present fiscal year 2026 proposed budget for the Community Development Planning Department. Commissioners, the Community Development Planning Department has under personnel budgets this year, we just have COLA and step increases and health plan increases. This is common across most of your departments. Operation and maintenance, we're seeing a decrease for travel-related training and a decrease in our contracted services. In our fixed charges, we're seeing decreases in our rent due to the City of Helena's transportation systems, assuming half of the square footage of our conference room. We have a conference room down in just below us here in 226. This is a space that was previously shared with the Environmental Health Department. With them moving out of our location and then over into the Murray Building, we assumed the rental, full rental fee for that conference room. And now that transportation systems with the City of Helena has moved down to the second floor and is occupying some of the space that was previously occupied by the Water Quality Protection District, they're utilizing that conference room space along with us. We're sharing that, so they're going to assume some of the responsibility. Really appreciate that them being able to share that space with us, and I think it's a worthwhile partnership. In addition, we're seeing a one-time increase into our capital improvement plan. This is for software upgrade and the inclusion of a public-facing online portal for what we have with Central Square. We have a Track It program, and we're looking to add in something that the development community has clamored for. It's going to take a little bit of time and obviously a lot of resources with staff to get something like this up and running, but we're trying to plan for that and be prepared for it. But it'll be a software program that will folks can interact with online. They'll be able to do submissions online and be able to track a project. If they've got a project that they've submitted with us, they'll be able to see where it's at in the process through this particular software. So I think it's a value added for our development community and the public who's interested in development projects that are occurring.
Chair Payne, can I just ask a question?
Andy?
So Mr. McNally, that's great, wonderful. Do you have any guesstimation, anticipation when you might have that fully operational? I know it's going to take some time, but
It will take some time and we'll do it. We may have to go through some procurement processes possibly. So we're going to be looking into all of that. And yeah, once we engage with the company that we're going to go with, and I'm anticipating it'll be Central Square. That's what we currently use now. That we'll have to ramp up with transferring all the data into that system and then learning how to make that work and then making sure that that system's operational. And since it is a public-facing system, it is imperative that it works and is effective. So it'll be a lot of testing.
yeah, I'm sure they'll have some, whomever gets chosen will probably have some guesstimated timelines for implementation as they go forward after they see what they need to do. Thanks. Thanks, Chair.
Tom, do you have anything for him?
No, I guess we need to go on through it. I see kind of a big dip in the what's coming out, I suppose, CIP, the operating loss of a little bit higher. So I guess I'm sure you're going to be explaining what's happening there. So.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, we do want to keep our ending cash balance at that threshold. So we are high. We do have a lot of cash that's coming out of this budget cycle. So we are looking to have some of our revenue from the local option tax taken out of our budget for a one-time go around here for this year, which can then go in to fund some other things outside of our department. But then we'll probably likely bring that back in to our budget the following year. It's a good problem to have extra cash in our budget here, but we do want to account for it and make sure we're keeping that cash balance at below that 33%.
Okay.
And not to focus a lot on the numbers, but focus a little bit on some of the work. We've obviously been engaged in quite a bit of long-range planning efforts this year, and we'll continue to be engaged in some of those as we go forward. Commissioners, as you know, the growth policy is going to have its first public hearing with the planning board this evening in this very room, 6 o'clock. So it's exciting to see some of the progress made there. Our joint infrastructure project that we've been working on with the city is also moving forward and looking to be completed here coming in the fall of 2025. So that's exciting. We've been following legislative activity. A lot of that legislative activity we're anticipating about 15 to 20 bills that are going to impact the operations of our department that either will change some of our regulations that we have or just change procedurally how we handle something. So we're monitoring that. In addition, we monitor several of our volunteer boards. As you know, the city-county has a joint planning board. We work with that board. We work with the Open Lands Board to help that processes our open lands bond that still has a little bit of money left in, so we maintain that board. Our Board of Adjustment, which handles conditional use permits, variances, and administrative appeals for our zoning that we've implemented under the Helena Valley zoning regulations. The Planning and Zoning Commission, which you guys also sit on, is another board we operate. We participate actively in the Parks Board, which is the City County Parks Board, and the Heritage Tourism Council through the Heritage Preservation Commission that operates that. We operate that board as well. In addition, we're engaged in the MPO process, which is the Metropolitan Planning Organization for transportation in our urbanized area. And we're actively involved in those. There's 2 boards associated with that we're involved with as well. We've had a little bit of a downturn in subdivision activity here this year, but development activity still continues. We've actually managed to plat about 38 lots up until this point now since our last fiscal year. In addition to that, we create a lot of lots or see a lot of lots get created through the exemption process. For instance, I just ran up a tally. 63 lots were created through family transfer exemption in this past year.
Chair Payne?
Andy?
Mr. McNally, you made me think of a question there. Is there any way, and do we have opportunity, I guess, to track second dwelling units on properties? Because that's been a trend lately too, but I don't know if do we do that through septic permits, that kind of thing, maybe?
Chair Payne, Commissioners, to do that, we would have to look, we could look at new address points. We could also look at septic permits issued. The combination of those 2 data points might bring us closer to that answer. We might not be able to get a fine point on it, but we get pretty close.
I'm just curious if that might be something that we would want to figure out a way to track, because additional dwelling units, I mean, they're adding to the, of course, infrastructure usage and strain from all of the things that have to be provided. But it also just would be curious to know how many dwelling units are out there and how that works. I'm wondering if that might be something that we incorporate in the questions of that new software, if that's possible.
Yeah, I think there's some value in trying to find any opportunity to track the level of development activity that's occurring here. One of the things too that we're looking at is the zoning statutes allow us to do a locational permit. Basically, it would be like a simple permit that an individual could submit showing what they're developing or what they're going to develop. And then we would have a record of that. That would be another point of tracking that we could utilize too. Since we do not have building permits, or since we do not issue a building permit in the county, we don't get to see that clear data when someone wants to come in and do that building permit.
In thinking along those lines, I would think if that our addressing department is going, because if you have another living facility on the same block, we need to have an address. Also, the taxes, the legislature has made they've changed the tax for a second home. So I think it's
the data
it's an issue.
It's trackable. It's the trackability. So you have to have some software that pulls that information from those different data sources and says, yeah, there's 50 new homes, but because people have added a second dwelling unit in their backyard or whatever. Yeah, but it'd be interesting to track. It would be good to have probably that information.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, I agree. Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Any other questions you might have for community development planning?
Chair Payne, You're showing about 530,000 less received from taxes. Frank, where's that going?
You're paying Commissioner, that will be going, it'll be a temporary amount going to the general fund.
To what?
To your general fund. And it's just a one-time thing. And the other thing that we got to keep in mind with the local option tax, it's got the potential it hasn't been volatile. If you remember, it is a tax on the registration of your vehicles. And we generally see an increase year to year, but the economy can change, and if people start buying vehicles and registering new vehicles, then that local option tax could go down or flatline. Where it has been in the past, it has gone up. So for this 1 year, we're moving it in because Greg's done a good job with his budget, and now it's out of compliance. It'll be something that the general fund will be able to take on, but we know the general fund is a large fund and it does a lot across the county, and it shouldn't have a dramatic impact where you guys now will see the general fund is now it's availed money towards something else. It's just it should sit in there for operations standpoints, maybe just help bring, because we typically hit about a 25% on our general fund cash reserve. I'd like to see that go up. I'd like to be closer to 28 to 30% this year, and it will just be, it can be a reserved amount in the general just for use for as a roll forward into the future.
Will it actually show on the tax bill as a change or not?
Chair Payne, Commissioner, it does not change on the tax bill. It is, so the way the mechanics are when the local option tax is, it's just received into the county, and anyone that, like, I think the city gets some of the local option tax. The accounting folks downstairs, they split it out based off of the results of our budget sessions. So we receive, so say that of 100% of the local option tax, actually, this is a good lesson learned. So out of the local option tax, 4 departments receive funds. So the general fund, planning or community development and planning, the sheriff's fund, and the county attorneys all receive a portion of the local option tax. That percentage doesn't change year over year unless you see someone like Greg's budget is over budget, or if we see a budget like we have seen with the county attorney's office, I believe a couple of years ago, it needed additional funds. And so they ended up having a higher percentage of the local option tax. It ended up not harming any of the other departments participating in the local option tax pool of revenue. But it is not a mill. It doesn't.
You wouldn't see this on your property tax.
You're not going to see this on your property tax.
It's part of vehicle registration.
This is vehicle registration. So when you go in, you register your vehicle, it is a fee on your, I think it's just new vehicles. So the more vehicles we sell in the county and register here, the better, and the more revenue we receive. And that's partly why it's associated, actually a big reason why it's associated with Greg's planning department is because as we grow and the county, it kind of fits with the association with as the county grows and we're having more vehicles here, new development, it fits and it's associated with planning as well. So it's just, he has done a good job with managing his budget. However, he receives a small portion of a mill, so now he is required to be in compliance with the 33% rule. And this is just a holiday for, I guess, for maybe a 1 year holiday for the general fund. This isn't something that is new either. It's just that we've never seen it happen at this degree. So yeah, it's just it's a unique, good problem to have. And also I would like to keep you to keep in mind that once all of these presentations are done, and we're gonna have a few meetings after this, we're gonna have our new request meeting and our overall budget meeting as well, which we will be able to take all of the cash flows and all the results and everything that's happened towards the end of this fiscal year. And we'll be able to say what the results are. So you'll see this $500,000 in the general fund, and you'll be able to decide on what you want to, how it impacts the reserve. My recommendation, considering the reserve has been kind of tight up against the 25%, which is a policy that we have implemented internally to maintain a 90-day minimum of operating expenses. I would like to not do the minimum. I would like to just have a little bit higher, just to protect the county from any unexpected events. So
what you're saying is that all of this money, this 530,000, comes out of our local option tax on car license.
correct.
There's not a property tax rating or a property tax levy associated to planning that's going to be affected in any way.
Chair Payne, Commissioner, that is right. If you look at Greg's budget, he receives a small amount of property tax, and because they run kind of a tight ship, they don't need much mill levy revenues. That's that first line, real property tax. That's mill levy revenue.
Right.
Because so that
there's
two primary sources of revenue to operate his program is the mill levy revenue and the local option tax. And
All
when
right. So the local option tax, they're 314.14-00
correct.
is where the change is coming from, and that's all related to vehicle taxes.
Correct.
All right, and you have the ability to move that wherever you want to, and it doesn't have to go to a particular department.
Correct.
Thank you.
Moving right along.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, nothing more from me, but I wanted to really quickly add, though, that I certainly appreciate the assistance of Frank Cornwall in developing the budget, as well as Misty Edwards. I know Misty Edwards got recognized in the last item, but Misty is a long-term employee of the county, very value added to what we can provide here in the county, a great go-to source for a lot of things related to financial, and someone who I rely upon frequently for a lot of different things. So again, appreciate Frank and Misty's assistance going forward in developing this budget for you today.
Okay. Anything further for the good of the order?
Well,
Oh.
Chair Payne, since we have him there,
Yes.
and it's not necessarily budget stuff, but you mentioned tonight, this kicks off the first session with the planning board, right, for the new growth policy?
Yeah, Chair Payne, Commissioners, tonight we've been working on a countywide growth policy update. It will have its first public hearing before the City County Consolidated Planning Board in this room, 6 p.m. That is will be the first public hearing. The board could move forward on after this evening and recommend that planning board or recommend that growth policy go forward for this commission to consider. If not, we've got some identified dates set aside that we'll talk about at the planning board to just continue the hearing if it needs to continue. But we'll take public comment as long as people want to come in and provide it. And the commission, once the planning board does make their recommendation, we'll bring that forward to you. And we are anticipating that, hopefully, if all goes according to a timing schedule here. And again, things could change. June 12th, that would come before you. Because this is a county-wide growth policy, we're also trying to get up and do a presentation up in Augusta. That will be on June 13th. We'll do that. And then also up in Lincoln on June 6th.
Just a note about June 13th, we are at our district meeting. So I think we've canceled that meeting, but you're going to have your.
So we're going to have a meeting up there and just present it. So,
Great.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair Payne.
Yes. Okay. Well, with that, we can end the budget discussion on, for the planning department. We will recess until Public Works building starts at 1 o'clock. So we have a nice little lunch break. We can go out and enjoy the beautiful day. So we are in recess. It's 1 o'clock. I think we should get the show on the road. Call this meeting to order. We will proceed with the Public Works budget, and I believe that we're now into buildings. I'm sure somebody will tell me.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Jenny Chambers, Lewis Clark County Public Works Director. And yes, this afternoon, we're going to start with the fiscal year 26 proposed budget for county-owned buildings. Those include the Michael A. Murray Building, the courthouse, the detention center, buildings 222 and 310 on Broadway, and miscellaneous other buildings and components for the proposed county-owned buildings. With me today, I've got Audra Zackrell, the Assistant Public Works Director, and Mac McCarley and Ryan Wardell with our building staff and supervisors are also present. I would like to turn it over to Audra to start going through the budget proposal.
Good afternoon, Chair Payne, Commissioners. For the record, I'm Audra Zackrell, Assistant Director of Public Works. As I mentioned this morning, but I'll reiterate for the afternoon meetings, I will only be mentioning significant changes or differences from the prior year, and that the personnel budgets include the matrix adjustment, the step increases, longevity, the health insurance premium increase. CIP stands for Capital Improvement Plan, and O&M stands for Operations and Maintenance. So if you hear me say one of those things, you'll know what that is. So yes, we are talking for the next hour about the Buildings Division. The Buildings Division is responsible for minor repairs, daily maintenance, and janitorial services for county-owned facilities to provide safe, secure, and clean environments for employees and the public. The Buildings Division has 12.25 FTEs and supports the courthouse, detention center, Michael A. Murray Building, the Augusta and Lincoln Community Centers, the 222 and 310 Broadway buildings, the Public Works Complex, the county landfill, the Commissioner's Garage, and to a more nominal degree, other county-owned facilities. User fees are the primary source of revenue for this fund, sometimes referred to as rent, but is the actual cost to maintain each building. So first we'll take a look at the Buildings Division revenue. That's always a big question whether rents are going to go up. The Michael A. Murray Building will remain the same at $610,000, so there is no change. The courthouse also remains the same at $895,000. The detention center also has no change and will remain at $705,000. Miscellaneous buildings will have a 19% decrease down to $250,000. The 222 building will have a 14% decrease to $60,000, and the 310 building will have a 28% decrease to $50,000. On this slide, you will see the City County Building and Law and Justice Center buildings for comparison to the county managed buildings. These two buildings are managed by the City of Helena, but you'll notice that the City County Building increased by 30 cents per square foot, and the Law and Justice Center by about 45 cents, 46 cents per square foot. So we'll begin with the Michael A. Murray Building. For the Michael A. Murray Building, the personnel remains at 30% cost share of the personnel and personnel-related costs that total $327,069. For operations and maintenance, there will be a 4% increase from fiscal year 25. Minor equipment totals $13,850 and includes a storage shed for $10,000, power and hand tools for $1,400, floor fans for $450, and an air conditioning service diagnostic tool for $2,000. Building repair and maintenance includes an increase due to filters from $4,000 to $8,000, an increase in utilities from $56,500 to $62,000, adding a heated snow mat for the west side entrance at $2,200, landscape improvements, $1,500, painting for $3,000, travel and training of $7,000 to have air conditioning service training to replace a $12,000 mechanical system maintenance contract. So in place of a contracted service, we're training our staff to do the work. There's also savings in the elevator maintenance contract of $1,808 down from $3,000. We renegotiated that contract. Are there any questions on personnel and O&M before we go to capital?
I have just a question. Up in the building repair and maintenance, you included filters have gone from 4,000 to 8,000, and this is just in the last year. Why would they go up? Why would they double?
Thank you for that question, Chair Payne.
Are there people in the audience who could help us with this?
I believe so. I'm trying to remember if it's related to new equipment or if it's just the cost of the filters. So I'm going to have Matt come up here and explain. Thank you.
I promised him I would have questions. Please state your full name for the record.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, for the record, I'm Mac McCarley, the Supervisor for Buildings Division. Yes, with the rising cost of filters, and also with the new limbo program with the PMs that it generates, we don't miss exchanges.
I'm sorry, what's a limbo?
It's our work order program. So we have our PMs set in there and they kick out to tell us when it's time to change filters. So where we were a little laxed in the past, we're on top of the game now. So it's a few more filters involved. And then with the increased cost, we're just guesstimating that it's about double what we've been spending.
Okay.
Commissioner Payne,
Jenny?
just Chair, for the record, I just want to toot Mac and his team's horn a little bit. That limbo system was, they worked with the vendor to get all that system set up themselves. So all the buildings are mapped, all the floors are mapped, all the equipment are mapped within that limbo system. So if there's a work order, you can dictate exactly where the work order is going to be and where they're going to do that work. PM he referred to is preventive maintenance. So we are also tracking any of the servicing needed on any of and all of the equipment as far as when you would change out air filters, when you would need to check the system, when you need to check the fire extinguisher. All of the preventive maintenance activities are tracked in limbo so it can provide a report of when things are due. So all of that comes with great organization, ability to map all that stuff, but also helps us identify cost and when that work needs to occur. So over time, the idea is going to provide cost savings because they're able to track and work on those maintenance activities when they can. So just to give a little kudos to Mac and Ryan and Nate and Chris, the other staff in that department, and Levi is our new hire, trying to manage all that stuff moving forward.
I wasn't complaining about the increase in cost. I just wanted to make sure Matt got his chance to come up. And the other thing I would question, and it may be Mac's doing, but the savings in the elevator maintenance contract, how did that come about? Is that?
Thank you, Chair Payne. So we have, our contracts are for typically 3 to 7 years, depending on what kind of contract it is. And we had to renew the contract for the elevator maintenance, and we go out for procurement on that service. And we were able to get a quote that was much less than the contract that we had. So we were able to save some funds.
This is strictly for the Michael Murray building?
Correct.
So it doesn't impact our elevators. It's okay. Thank you. Tom? Andy, anything?
Okay.
After lunch, they're taking their little naps.
The Michael A. Murray building, we've budgeted a capital contribution of $225,000. and $110,640 in total purchases to include an exterior camera system at $20,000, a fence gate / access control improvement to the area of rescue, $23,690, and 2 heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system replacements, also known as Modine systems, for $66,950. Any questions on capital? Okay. As I mentioned earlier, there's no increase in the building maintenance costs. They will remain $610,000. That cost per square foot remains at $17.61. Okay, moving on to the courthouse building. The personnel, shared personnel and personnel-related costs increased from 23% to 24%. That total amount is $265,446. For operations and maintenance, minor equipment totals $2,025, includes a floor fan at $250, a cordless backpack vacuum at $700, an upright vacuum, and unanticipated hand tools, $375. Maintenance budgeted for the building includes an increase in janitorial supplies from $7,500 to $10,000, a decrease in utilities at $6,000. We've added window washing at $2,800, and we've added testing and balancing the heating loop at $20,000. The courthouse building, we've budgeted a capital contribution of $370,000, and purchases will include replacing the east sidewalk for $150,000, replacing the custom gutter system, $56,280, a roof replacement, $403,070, and the security camera replacement, which will cost $160,000, with a corresponding state Homeland Security grant from State Homeland Security for $110,376, for a net effect to the CIP of less than $50,000. Are there any questions on the courthouse? Like perhaps related to the Securitas contract?
Related to the what?
The Securitas contract?
Is that part of this budget?
It is. I didn't identify it because it's the same as last year, but it is on page 89. It's budgeted at $181,844. And I just wanted to call that out. I know there was some questions about what that contract amount was budgeted at.
Chair Payne, Audra, could you, I know you were watching the video a little bit yesterday, and I don't know if you remember, the sheriff had asked if it was inclusive, and some clarity. I'm not quite sure where he was going at there, but maybe you can provide some.
I believe his question was, he was remembering some amendments to the Securitas contract, and he thought maybe that dollar amount did not include the amendments, and it was inclusive of those amendments.
Chair Payne?
Andy?
Just a curiosity question. Some of the things that you pointed out in the capital contribution, when are they scheduled to be done? Not all this year, are they? Are they all this?
So the east sidewalk, we have done a procurement for a design on that.
Okay.
And based on the contract that is now out for signature, that looks like the sidewalk would happen late summer, early fall.
Okay.
The gutter system and roof replacement, those are also out being designed, and there will be a procurement for that. So hopefully earlier in fiscal year 26 than later. The security camera system replacement, I believe, is pretty much completed. Yeah, that was a grant, and I wanted to include it in the conversation because we did a budget amendment for fiscal year 25, but I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention that it was happening.
Great. We'll see a lot of action over there next year, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Chair Payne?
Yes.
Audra, I don't know if there's a question for Mac or you, but I, you guys gave me, or well, Mac gave me a tour of the courthouse and other buildings, specifically the courthouse. And I remember during that tour, he was talking about the roof and the replacement. And he emphasized that the current roof is not adequate, or it kind of fails to do what it was intentionally, what it was supposed to do. It's in relation to the eaves and how the water gets into one of the judges' offices. And is it your understanding that this replacement will fix that problem? We won't have that leaking into the judge's room?
So, excuse me, part of that replacement of the roof is that once they peel back the old roof and expose the gutter system, they're going to look at how that's set up and improve upon, because they believe that currently the roof covers the gutter system. So we want to expose that and then figure out how to make the gutter system work again, because currently it's not being used as a gutter system. It's because it's covered up. So we think, we believe, we hope, yes, that that's going to solve that water problem.
Do you have anything?
Yep.
Can you,
Chair Payne and Commissioners, just to add a little bit on that, we have been diligently working through that effort to try to improve the issues around the courthouse. Because of the historical nature of the building, it's been taking us more time. So we have really been, we don't want to lose the aesthetic features of the gutter system. It might need to remain copper or some kind of historical features associated with that. And then how does that all design kind of play into based upon the nature of that building? So Mac and his team have been working very closely with Pam in the planning department, our historical preservation officer for the county, as we work on these efforts and as we get that design completed. So I know the judge had been patiently waiting for us to fix some of that stuff coming into her through the drainage of the way that system is designed. But a lot of it is because we're trying to do it with the idea of this historical nature of the building as well.
Chair Payne, can I just follow up? I've just
Certainly.
thought of something. I'm sure you guys have a plan for this, but I noticed there are repairs that need to be done to the judge's chamber. Is that expected to happen in 27, or what's the timing on that? Or
which
are we just
judge?
Seeley, Judge Seeley.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I haven't specifically itemized funds for that, but there are funds available for repairs if they can be done in fiscal year 26, if we're ready to do that. Yep.
Thank you. I would imagine they could be minor enough to where they just fall under repairs. Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
I'm looking on page 90, the 148,000 for the camera security system replacement. Have we already started down that road, or, I mean, didn't this?
Yes, Chair Payne, I believe that's almost completed. We haven't paid the invoice for that, but they have been working on that the past few weeks. That was grant funding that we did an amendment for when we received the funds.
Okay.
But again, I just wanted to bring it up in this meeting since we didn't talk about it in last year's budget meeting.
Okay, I was thinking we had grants and I wasn't sure why would you
Yes,
hear.
well, and Chair Payne, also, when I'm putting these budgets together, we start in September. And so Mac and I are working September, October, November. At that time, we knew that we were applying or had applied for this grant. We weren't sure. So some of these things were budgeted, even though, yeah, I'm always having to fix things closer to the end, but we make sure we try to get everything in there early.
So just so I understand in the detail, over on the right-hand side, there's the amount for the custom gutter system, 150,000 for the sidewalk replacement, 148 for camera security system. And are those amounts included in the amounts in the rest of this table?
On the rest of this, what page?
Page 90.
So I'm looking at page 90, and the table is actually a printout of the finance OpenGov software where we've input the budget amount. We didn't realize that that was going to be completed before July 1st, so I always try to budget, have the budget authority available if an invoice should cross fiscal years. So yes, it is included, but it could potentially get paid before the end of this fiscal year.
So is it just, I get easily confused. So are those amounts included in the FY25 budget?
The amounts would not be in the fiscal year 25 numbers that you're looking at, the 176,628. No, they're in fiscal year 26.
So the total capital for proposed 2026 is 758,000. So that does include the three things that are over on the detail?
So the 758,000 includes the roof replacement and those three items, yes.
That's all I wanted. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yep.
Tom, any questions? Andy, any questions? I guess we'll keep moving.
Okay, on to the detention center. The shared personnel and personnel-related costs increased from 23% to 28% for a total of $309,686. Minor equipment totals $3,150 and includes an upright cordless vacuum at $750, cordless drain auger at $400, and unanticipated replacements at $2,000. Maintenance budgeted for the building includes an increase in janitorial to $33,000 from $24,000, an increase in utilities to $182,000 from $177,500. We've added testing and balancing the heating loop at $20,000. We have $2,500 for heat pump programming in the communication shack. We have pods 5 and 6 shower repairs for $5,000. We have the fuel storage tank annual inspection at $3,000. And we have a savings of $21,236 from canceling the heating, ventilation, and air conditioning maintenance contract. Our crews will be doing that preventative maintenance work for us. The capital contribution for the detention center is budgeted at $109,500. And no purchases are budgeted. Are there any questions on the detention center?
Don't get in a rush here. I was confused as to which page we were supposed to be looking at. And is this all of it, or if I'm looking at page 92?
Let's see, it looks like page 95 is the CIP for the detention center. Is that what you're looking for? The CIP?
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
It'll show no purchases for 2026. And if you look towards the bottom, it'll show a contribution of $59,500 from operations, and then the bond levy contribution of $50,000 for a total of $109,500.
Oh, okay. Jail basketball court replacement. Actually, that wasn't the one that I was really concerned. The security control system for $983,000. You talk about that.
Sure, that's Chair Payne. We have that projected to look at in fiscal year 27. The security control system manages all the locks for the cells and all the doors and lights and everything related to the detention facility. That they use these control boards in their control rooms to just manage everything that's going on. When we did the detention center renovation, we were not able to upgrade the system. We had to improve on the system that existed in the new areas. However, that technology is pretty outdated, and we are limited to vendors to help maintain that system. And we would like to get something that's non-proprietary, that we're able to get a faster response on service calls. And so it's a pretty expensive system. That is really just a placeholder. I'm not sure exactly how much that's going to cost, but it will be around $1 million or more for that system.
One of the things we've discussed today is the grants that are available for certain things. Any chance of grants to help with this? Federal or, I mean?
I would imagine there's always that possibility. I haven't seen any grants, but we're always looking for opportunities.
Okay, so maybe talk to Ann McCauley about it's such an important feature for the safety of the people who work for us again. Okay, that's just curious. Tom, Andy, Frank, Roger. Nope, no questions. Move on.
Nope, that's a good question. You'll be hearing more about that topic over the next year, planning for that.
Okay, good.
So I'll move on to the miscellaneous buildings. The miscellaneous buildings include buildings such as the Lincoln and Augusta Community Centers. The shared personnel and personnel related costs have decreased from 11% to 8% to $88,482. The Augusta Community Center specific costs that are budgeted for fiscal year 26 include a public water system remote testing equipment at $8,500, testing, repair, and maintenance costs related to the water system at $1,785. Buildings repair and maintenance, $1,000. A used four-wheeler at $250. Janitorial supplies, $2,000. Utilities, $5,600. Replacement of the front window, $7,000. New bathroom flooring, $2,500. Generator repair and maintenance, $1,500. Fire alarm inspection and monitoring, $964. And the $5,000 that we pay the library for their interlocal agreement and the management they provide for that building. Lincoln Community Center specific costs include the public water system testing, repair, and maintenance, $785. And then in general buildings repair and maintenance at $500. Other maintenance costs you'll see in this budget include mowing the indigent cemetery for $1,500, repair and maintenance of the fairgrounds emergency generator, $1,750, and $500 for unanticipated maintenance of the state surplus property, $500. We've budgeted a capital contribution of $100,000 and no purchases.
Go back to the state property.
Surplus property.
Yeah, could you go into a little more detail as to how that works? It's in our budget.
Sure.
State is using it.
Sure, Chair Payne. This property is south of the fairgrounds. It is owned by the county. The state surplus does have a facility there. However, this budget amount of $500 is not for the portion that the state surplus occupies. This is for the other buildings that exist on that property. And in the past, there's been requests from Public Works to repair a leak or fix a plumbing issue or, different little things. So we just put a placeholder in this budget just to recognize that we will handle any maintenance issues that might come up on that property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Continue.
Any other questions on miscellaneous buildings?
Where do you include the commissioner's garage in this list?
That's a great question, Chair Payne. So the Commissioner's Garage is a shared building with the Sheriff's Department.
Oh,
Our buildings maintenance staff has a shop on the main level where they work on projects and store some of their equipment out of the elements. The lower level is used by the sheriff's office. And
what?
the lower level, the basement, the underground level is used by the sheriff's office for storage.
I'm sorry. I thought you said insurance office.
Oh, no,
Oh,
the sheriff's
go ahead.
office.
Mhm.
Nope. And so in fiscal year 26 will be the first year that the sheriff's office and the buildings division will be sharing costs such as insurance on the building. There won't be any shared utility. The utilities are in this at 100% because the sheriff's office usually, they don't use a lot of utilities in the lower levels as it's just storage. But there will be other shared costs such as replacing the roof, any exterior building maintenance that's required and that kind of thing. So.
It makes me feel bad that there's a commissioner's garage and I don't get to use it. That's just, but Andy's used to it. He's been doing this for 18 years. Okay, continue.
Okay, we'll move on to the 222 building. The shared personnel and personnel-related costs decreased from 5% to 3% for this building to $33,181. Minor equipment includes $375 for unanticipated hand tools. There are no significant maintenance changes from fiscal year 25. We've budgeted a $17,000 capital contribution and purchases will include $15,000 for a security camera system.
What is this building used for?
The 222 building has parole and probation, and in the basement level is our maintenance staff.
Say what's in the basement again?
Our maintenance staff offices. Mac and Ryan.
I thought their offices were in the detention center basement.
No. 222 building.
Okay.
No other questions? We'll go to the 310 building. The shared personnel and personnel-related costs for the 310 building have also decreased from 5% to 3% to the $33,181. Minor equipment totals $375 for unanticipated hand tools. Repair and maintenance on this building includes an increase for furnace filters / UV bulbs at $800. There will be improvements to the rear basement entry costing $2,000 and landscaping on the west side of the building for another $2,000. We've budgeted a capital contribution of $20,000 and purchases will include $13,440 for a security camera system.
Any questions, Andy?
Chair Payne,
Roger.
if I could, thanks, Commissioner. So great reports that you're getting, Commissioners. I just thought I would mention this. In the past, the county commissioners have always wanted us to stay alert to any properties that may become available around what we call the courthouse campus, in case we might want to explore whether there might be a use for the county's needs and our citizens' needs. So the buildings that Audra's been explaining to you are good examples of that. We've been able to purchase those over time and find a very good productive use for the public need. So we've had some properties that have become available in the last few years, and some of them have worked out for us to purchase and then others have not. So I just wanted to remind the commissioners that we try to stay alert to that. This particular building, 310, I just recall when we purchased it, it either had a large moose head or a elk head on the wall. I don't know whatever became of that, but I digress. I just wanted to mention that
I think
we
you
do
should
try
look
to
at
pay
Mac.
attention to that.
I think Mac looks guilty. Uh-oh. Dustin snuck in. It's him.
And,
Okay.
Commissioner,
Yes.
it's my fault for kind of going off on left field there, but what we're trying to do is just make sure that we do evaluate property if it
Sure.
comes up for sale in case there might be a public need for it. That was the only point I wanted to make. Thank you.
I think it's a good point. Thank you for bringing that up, Roger. Proceed.
Okay. So the final thing, budget item I wanted to present to you is the personnel and personnel-related costs that are combined for all buildings. This is where the Limble system that we've been talking about, that work order system that we purchased a year ago that keeps track of work orders by building, by staff, what kind of preventative maintenance each building needs. And now that we have a whole year's worth of data in the system, we know which buildings are requiring more or have higher needs than other buildings. And so we keep track, this budget that I'm going to present to you is all the personnel costs that are needed for maintaining all of our buildings. And then we share those personnel costs by building based on the percentage of need they have for those services. So the total personnel and personnel-related costs for building maintenance is $1,065,843. That includes personnel salaries, benefits, personnel-related expenses such as office supplies, uniforms, vehicles, fuel for the vehicles, any licenses and that the employees might need, travel and training that our employees need, the technology that we need. So that dollar amount includes all of those things. And then that total is shared by each building. So when I mentioned earlier that, you know, for example, the miscellaneous buildings decreased from 11% to 8%. Miscellaneous buildings is paying 8% of that 1 million number. Minor equipment that we've budgeted under personnel and personnel related is minor equipment that we use in all of the buildings. And it totals $8,650 and includes power tools and accessories for $500, painting equipment, $1,500, a computer workstation at $2,000, an FLIR brand infrared camera replacement at $1,000, iPads, 2 iPads for $1,500, automotive code reader at $150, and a motorized stair climbing dolly at $2,000.
Wait a minute. Could you explain what the heck that means?
A stair climbing dolly? Or which one?
The powered motorized stair climbing dolly. I'm just
Sure.
not, it doesn't mean anything to me.
Sure. Chair Payne, thank you for that question. So a lot of the equipment that our maintenance staff has to maintain is on the roof of these buildings. And rather than using the elevators that are used by the public, they have to get equipment and supplies and things up and down those stairs. Rather than carrying it themselves, this dolly actually climbs the stairs for them and carries that stuff up and down. It's for safety and keeps
So
them
this is
healthy.
used in like this building.
It could be used, yes. We don't currently have one, but we would like to get this to save our staff.
Interesting. I had no idea what that was. Okay. Tom, any questions on this part? Andy?
Not a question, Chair Payne, but just a thank you to our buildings team. I think they do a great job and always interesting and, well, interesting, I guess is the best word. All the things that they have to deal with and the interesting tools they have to use and the places they go and people they see. So we could do a Dr. Seuss book about it, I think. But it's good. So thank you very much for the work you do. And I would recommend, if you haven't been on a tour of some of these buildings, they're interesting. So like the 222 building or 310, if you haven't been to those, Mac can take you around a bit and show you
Yeah.
who's in there and what they do and all that. It's interesting.
Okay.
So worth the trip.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner House. I just have one more detail that I wanted to share with you about our capital for the personnel and personnel-related costs. We have a contribution budget at $45,000 and a purchase of a pickup from the Noxious Weed Control Program at $18,500. You may remember that we have a painting tech now, that we have enough painting throughout all our buildings that we have a person designated to paint for us. And he was having to load and unload all his equipment every time he had to go to a different building. And so we've budgeted to purchase a pickup that the weed division was going to surplus so that he can keep all his equipment in one place and just go from location to location and save that mob time.
Another building that I was thinking about is the one that the county attorney's office is in, which
That's
is,
that is the 310 building that we talked about.
we did,
Yep,
okay.
310 Broadway. And there's the picture up there on the screen. So the last slide that we have for you is work orders from our limbo system by location. And I think Jenny wanted to kind of go over this a little bit with you. You can see the biggest user is the detention center at 818 work orders. And then I believe the next one was the courthouse. No, excuse me, the Michael A. Murray building, and then the courthouse.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, so I just wanted to show you a kind of a dashboard report of all of the work orders that they've tracked since the time that we started implementing the limbo system. To date, there's been over 2,000 work orders submitted into this limbo tracking software tool. And then monthly, in my monthly reports, I also do a monthly dashboard that you can see kind of that same trend over time based upon kind of the work orders and their level of effort for each of those buildings. Then if you equate this chart to the budget that Audra presented, it does equate as far as what the time is for either personnel services or the management of those particular activities. So the detention center, they have the most work orders, they pay more of the personnel related costs. Michael A. Murray building, same thing. So as over time, this is continuing to track that this will be a tool that will be utilized to show and justify how we're coming up with those costs associated with the staff's time for not only janitorial services, but for just regular building maintenance activities. So I just wanted to show you, and we're looking at ways to do other kind of dashboard metrics as well to try to scale what that looks like from a trend standpoint, and also articulate, what we need for staffing services. So the direction has always been don't increase staff, but at some point in time, if you have too many work orders for your staff to manage, you can track that as well based upon what that looks like for justification. But we are doing pretty well with the group we've got now. They're able to manage these work orders. In the future, I might show you a dashboard of how many of these work orders are on time as far as the level of priority, and then how long they've stayed open. And they turn around very quickly and get a work order submitted, turn around and get that closed and get it taken care of. So it's a really good tracking tool. This is the last slide that Audra and I had to present to you today. But just in closing, I really wanted to highlight the fact that this is a status quo budget. We really looked at a lot of cost savings on how to keep the costs manageable for the departments that the building staff support. And as Audra indicated, there are no rent increases for the building occupants of these buildings. And some of them have actually even, the rent stayed the same, but the budget might have decreased for the general fund. So there's been a good hard look at this to try to not increase costs based upon what we're trying to achieve, but then still get really needed projects done to continue to help maintain these buildings in the long run. So with that, we thank you for your time, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Tom?
The general maintenance, the level of care for the different buildings, I think has really been outstanding. the work, the upgrades on the outside of the 310 building, I think that's, I've got the right number on there. That seemed like that was really improved the looks of it, just driving by. I've been through the inside of it, so I think it's important that we keep properties looking good for the public, you know, and I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
Roger, Frank, anything? Gosh, I hate to end this little party we're having here. Well, that is the end of the Public Works proposed budget. And what?
Road and bridge.
Road and bridge, yeah, but I got it. After time is 10 minutes to 2, I think. Road and bridge is supposed to start at 2.
Our staff is here. We are ready to start whenever you are.
Okay, let's do it. Well, he didn't get to get up and answer questions. Goodbye.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Jenny Chambers, Public Works Director. Last but not least is the final Public Works Department budget. We will discuss bridge division infrastructure, road and sign divisions, road infrastructure budget and priorities, and also the gas tax and shop maintenance and fuel island. The budget process starts very early and the team works diligently to develop a balanced budget and prioritize and juggle workload and projects. As you know, this can be challenging, and we take a hard look at the revenue and project expenditures to prioritize and present for your consideration, the fiscal year 26 proposed budget. I can tell you that for the road, bridge and sign and shop department, they take a very, very hard look. There's a lot of projects out there that we could do across the county, but there's only so much revenue that we're able to juggle each and every year. With me is the team that helps put these together. Audra Zackrell, the Assistant Public Works Director, Kevin Horn, the Road Bridge Sign and Shop Operation Manager, and Dustin Knoll, the Shop Supervisor. Also, as part of the team that are not here today are Clay Cottle, the Bridge Supervisor, Ed Tinker, the Road Supervisor, and Alex Lemieux, our Sign Division. So at this time, I'd like to turn over to Audra, and we'll go through the budget presentation.
Thank you, Jenny. Again, for the record, I'm Audra Zackrell, Assistant Director of Public Works. We'll start with the Bridge Division budget. The Bridge Division has 5.5 FTEs and is responsible for the construction, repair, and maintenance of 110 bridge structures, 1,400 culverts, 125 miles of guardrail, and 1,500 miles of drainage infrastructure. In addition, the Bridge Division assists the Road Division with winter road maintenance and the rural improvement districts with maintenance as needed. The primary source of revenue is the general fund for this budget. Operations and maintenance from fiscal year 25 will increase 3.8% in the total operations budget. Minor equipment totals $1,800 and includes a giant crowbar at $300, 2 welding blankets, $200, cordless tools, $500, a computer monitor for $300, and unanticipated tool replacements for $500. Repair and maintenance includes a 50% cost share for some painting and replacement of an exterior door for $1,700. This is for the shared office between the road and the bridge divisions. Professional services includes a 1/3 cost share of $50,000 for the MPO long-range transportation plan. That's shared with the road division and with planning. Travel and training totals $8,900 and includes attending the Con Expo, which is an out-of-state conference, asbestos inspection recertification, stormwater pollution prevention plan, best management practices training. I would like to note that the Montana Coal Endowment Program project expenditures, also known as MSEP, that we talk about, are budgeted in the Bridge Infrastructure Fund 556, which we'll look at next. The fleet capital contribution remains at 241,000, and the bridge capital contribution will remain at 300,000 for this budget. Are there any questions on the bridge division budget?
When you say the bridge budget will remain at 300,000, does that mean because they're not adding on any additional work? I mean, how can it stay the same?
Thank you, Chair Payne, for that question. So we have, in the bridge department, we have 2 CIPs, one for equipment and one for bridge replacements.
Oh.
And the 300,000 is the capital contribution related to the bridge replacements. And so when we get to the next budget, bridge infrastructure, we'll take a look at that and show you what that looks like with just a $300 contribution, and it might answer that question.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Okay, seeing no questions with the bridge division, we'll move on to bridge infrastructure. This fund is a capital fund intended for the larger bridge projects that meet the county's capital asset threshold. The bridge division that we just spoke about was general fund, and that pretty much supports the staff and equipment needs. The bridge infrastructure supports the actual projects. The primary sources of revenue for bridge infrastructure in fiscal year 26 include the bridge replacement plan transfer in of 300,000 that we were just discussing. The Montana Coal Endowment Program Bridge Grant for Head Lane, $383,250. The Montana Coal Endowment Program Bridge Grant for the Augusta Clemens Elk Creek Bridge. We've budgeted only approximately 100,000 of the $600,000 grant for the fiscal year. Montana Coal Endowment Program Bridge Grant for the planning and PER at $32,000. And the Senate Bill 535 bridge funds for the Nelson Road Bridge at $105,000. So those are the revenues we're anticipating to receive in fiscal year 26.
There is no funding for the Elk Creek Bridge or Flat Creek Bridge, excuse me, for that. I mean, aren't we doing ongoing work? And
Jenny's telling me there's no, I didn't know if it was an operation.
Commissioner Payne, Chair Payne, Commissioner Hunthausen, when Auditor goes through the expenditures for this bridge infrastructure, it'll show you kind of some of the projects. And then the next slide, we kind of have a projected project plan similar to a capital improvement program where we kind of outline the bridges that would need to be replaced, what that looks like over time, and when those are anticipated. In the expenditures, we do have some funding for the bird tail replacement design and engineering at $150,000. So there is going to be ongoing expenditure work for the Flat Creek bird tail project in this fiscal year budget. We just don't have any dedicated revenue for that particular project at this time. It's what's coming out of this fund as a whole. We haven't been able to receive grants or apply for grants for that project yet. So it really does come out of that $300,000 transfer in and then juggling the prioritization of those projects moving forward. So there'll be some work done on that as well. But at the next slide, after we get through expenditures, we'll show you what that forecast looks like for the impacts associated with this fund.
okay, thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Audra.
Thank you, Jenny. Right, so we'll move on to expenditures. Budgeted projects for fiscal year 26 include the Montana Coal Endowment Program and Senate Bill 536 Head Lane Project, $766,500. The Montana Coal Endowment Program Augusta Clemens Elk Creek Bridge, approximately $200,000 of the 1.2 total project is what we expect to expend in fiscal year 26. The bird tail replacement design engineering, $150,000. The Montana Coal Endowment Program Bridge Grant planning and PER for $40,000. The Senate Bill 535 bridge funds for Nelson Road Bridge, $105,000. Glass Drive, Helena Valley Irrigation District Engineering and Construction, $61,312. Lake Helena Drainage Improvements, $50,000. The North Beaver Creek, Keep Cool Creek Engineering, $20,000. Beaver Creek, also known as Skufka Engineering, $15,000. And then unanticipated partnership opportunity of $60,000. And I'm going to turn it over to Jenny to look at the bridge CIP, bridge infrastructure CIP. If you'll please turn to page 116.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, and so, yes, on page 116, we try to provide you guys kind of a forecast projection of the bridge replacement plan and what that looks like for how we prioritize projects moving forward. As you know, bridge projects are somewhat complicated, and you can't just decide the one day that you're going to change out that bridge. You have to do planning the design, look at alternatives, determining what those options are. Oftentimes there's detours or other work you have to accomplish as part of the construction activity. So we work 1 or 2 years in advance of when that bridge replacement is going to come forward to get that project outlined. In the past, the program has always gone out 5 to at least 5 years, if not longer, to project what that bridge replacement plan is. As you see on this particular end of year report and the replacement plan, we've only gone out to 2028 because you are already going negative in 2028. So it's kind of hard to plan for future projects if you don't have any money to plan for those, and it's unknown whether or not we're going to get additional funding to forecast that out. So we are taking it kind of 1 to every 3 years with the idea that we need to be aggressive and look for grant opportunities to supplement and add revenue sources to this particular bridge replacement plan. And I'm excited to say that the program's been very successful in the past with getting grants, and I anticipate if they become available, we will also moving forward. But it's hard to say if they'll be there or not. Just looking at fiscal year 25, you will see there that the MSEP and other funding contributions to this fund was over $785,000. So while the $300,000 transferred in as general fund, the program got additional revenue source of $785,000 in order to get those projects accomplished. In fiscal year 26, we anticipated getting another MSEP grant for Augusta Clemens. The one in 25 was for Head Lane. In fiscal year 26, we anticipate getting a portion of the Augusta Clemens MSEP grant. In addition, we got some of that Senate Bill 536 grant dollars as well. So that was an influx of additional revenue of $616,000. Moving forward, we projected that we'd receive grant money in the $500,000 range, but that will, we will see if that comes forward or not, but we will be looking at those opportunities. So with that, you can see that even then with the projects we have outlined, which is going to be Head Lane, designing Augusta Clemens, and then doing some of those other bridge infrastructure projects for design of, let's say, Senate Bill 536 project for Nelson. We're doing a Craig River Bridge improvement with using grant money. The stuff at Lincoln area on the North Beaver Creek Bridge, deck replacement. Those things are all in there on the fiscal year 26 replacement plan, and that totals a little over $1.4 million. So moving forward, with that in mind, we did budget in 2027 for the replacement of the Augusta Clemens Bridge, knowing that we're going to have to come up with the match money associated with that Montana Coal Endowment Grant. And we estimate that project's going to be $1 million. It could be more than that. Bridges are costing more than we anticipated. And then that gets us to a low ending balance in 2027. The next bridge that we would potentially like to replace after that would be the Birdtail Flat Creek Bridge. But like you guys heard me talk about in Augusta, that it is dependent upon funding and what that looks like in the future as far as grant opportunities. So
And this, Commissioner, is with nothing else happening. Meaning, you know, we are planning to brief you guys a little bit on an idea for Bertel Road with a potential detour using our temporary bridge. However, if Broadwater has a scour, which is scour critical, that bridge goes out at Broadwater Estates by Hot Springs, by the Broadwater Hot Springs, we would not have a bridge for that bridge. So we listed bridges that are more than 80 years old are the top 21%. Bridges that are over 80 years old are in red, and then bridges in progress here. But this is not even the full list of the bridges that we potentially would need to replace. This is just a snapshot of the amount of bridges we have just on this list that then shows the cash balance being negative. So all that being said is we are juggling and prioritizing as best we can. It's depending upon the revenue that we have coming in, the grant opportunities available, and then managing and watching for public safety options that we have for these bridges. And some of them could be to just close it if there's other way around, or a detour that could be in place until that funding's available. So definitely more conversations on bridges as we move forward. If there's an influx of revenue into the county and you guys are sitting there with a pot of money or a pot of gold, the $300,000 could be added up higher, but that is general fund and would come with an increased cost associated with that. But we do have projects to put that money to work.
Never a dull moment. Questions, Andy? Huh? Oh, it was well explained. For the most part.
Thank you. So next, we would like to move on to our road division. The road division is responsible for maintaining 455 miles of gravel roads and 119 miles of hard surface roads within a 3,500 square mile radius. The division is supported by 17.34 FTEs that maintain 8 districts and 3 outlying districts that include Wolf Creek, Lincoln, and Augusta. Maintenance services include signage, grading, asphalt patching, snow removal, graveling, dust suppressant, sweeping, work zone traffic control, and providing construction management for annual contracted projects such as crack sealing, asphalt paving, chip sealing, fog sealing, and pavement markings. Support is also provided to other county departments, local and state governments, and emergency services. We're seeing a 5% increase in budgeted revenue from 4.9 million to almost 2 million. For operations and maintenance, we're seeing inflationary increases of 7% in O&M and 8% in fixed charges from fiscal year 25. Minor equipment totals $3,750 and includes new hire needs, $750, and unanticipated replacements for Helena, Augusta, Lincoln, and Wolf Creek at $3,000. Building repair and maintenance includes a 50% cost share for paint and for replacement of an exterior door totaling $1,700. That is a cost share for the office building that they share with the bridge division. Traffic counts remain budgeted at 15,000 with 7,500 cost share from the planning department. Professional services includes a road prioritization plan, costs budgeted again at 10,000. Grant and permit consulting assistance at 10,000, and also includes a 1/3 cost share of 50,000 for the MPO long range transportation plan that's shared with the bridge division and with planning. Travel and training totals $19,400 and includes leadership training, asphalt maintenance, ConExpo, American Concrete Institute, stormwater pollution prevention plan training, and other unanticipated opportunities. For capital, the fleet capital contribution is budgeted at $1,360,000. Purchases fall in the fleet CIP, which will be covered in a few slides. It's now managed through the shop maintenance division, so we'll get into the capital shortly. Are there any questions on the road division?
Andy, Tom, anybody?
Okay,
Frank? Okay.
thank you. So like the bridge division is the operations, staff and equipment, the road division is also the staff and equipment. And then the road division has a road infrastructure fund that we will also get into after the sign division. So the sign division is a segment of the road division and is supported with the same revenue sources. The gas tax fund and the bridge division each contribute 1/3 of the annual sign expenditure budget as revenue to the road fund to support sign operations. The slide you see on the screen is a recent project that our shop has been working on for the sign division. That is a grab-and-go trailer that will be used for emergency situations where they need to just head out with some signage, or for road projects where they just need a bunch of signs and that kind of thing. As soon as that project is complete, we'll send you a before and after picture. Okay, so the sign division O&M has decreased 16% from fiscal year 25, and fixed charges has increased 4%. Minor equipment totals $3,000 and includes a gas-powered post pounder at $2,000 and unanticipated tool replacements at $1,000. $5,000 was added to the sign division budget for school crossing flasher light maintenance and repair, and another $5,000 was added for replacing school crossing flasher lights.
Yeah, I
Are
have
there
a
any
question.
questions?
Andy,
You know, we haven't seen Kevin yet. We got to get him up there.
I think that's a good idea.
Haven't you seen him all day?
Oh, wait, we have seen him. But it's probably a Kevin question. So I think I generally know the answer. This is more, it's not really about the budget, but signs. So, you know, we have.
Kevin, I believe you could address us from the podium, state your name and.
I just wanted to give you a chance to walk around a little bit and move. But no, there are standards for signs. So we just don't put them up when somebody asks for one necessarily, or willy-nilly for speeds, intersect, whatever. There's basically a system for signage, right? And then there's some requirements by law. And then there's different jurisdictions and stuff. Just a curiosity question. Some people may not know how it all works. I just thought it might be an opportunity to talk about, because it's an important part of our program.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Kevin Horn. I'm the Operations Manager for Lewis and Clark County's Public Works. Chair Payne, Commissioner Hunthausen, that's a great question. All the traffic control and signage, we usually follow MUTCD, Montana Uniform of Traffic Control Devices. Pretty stringent on all of those locations, heights, widths off of roads. Stop signs are very critical to our operations. That's a really cool trailer that they're building. That's one of the things that our on-call people can grab in the middle of the night when we get dispatched out for accidents or when signs get hit. You mentioned speed. We usually do an analysis of that. We do an engineered study of whether or not we should raise the speed or lower the speed. School zone signage, we've done a lot of work on that you'll see an ordinance for here in the near future. That was all recommendations also from our traffic consultants, Mr. Abeline. We have been trying over the course of time to switch all of our signing to high visibility signage. If you notice in the middle of the night how reflective some of them are now, they kind of jump out at you. I know the RID program is kind of working in conjunction with us to replace those. Crosswalk signage, things of that nature. Most of it's established by MUTCD requirements.
Thank you.
That answer your
I think I
question?
knew that general answer, but it's important. I mean, and it'll be interesting to see how this turns out.
What's very interesting about signage is right in MUTCD, you can oversign things too. So we get a lot of requests for additional signing on roadways to control speed. Public Works doesn't control speed. That's our friend at the Sheriff's Department. We only can put so many signs up according to those requirements. Otherwise, you get into an oversigning situation. So I wanted to mention that too.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Thanks.
Very interesting. Tom, do you have anything?
Not on that, no.
Thank you.
Okay, on that note, we'll move into the Road Infrastructure Fund. This is a capital fund intended for larger road projects that meet the county's capital asset threshold. Primary sources of revenue for fiscal year 26 include the road mill levy transfer in, $1,096,776. The gas tax transfer in, $442,000. The U.S. Forest Service York Nelson Dust Control, $71,835. And the U.S. Forest Service Rack Middleman Logging Project, $43,000. So with this revenue are the corresponding expenditures. Projects that we have include the congressional spending request match for Country Club, $250,000. The 2 U.S. Forest Service cooperative agreement that I mentioned, the York Nelson Dust Control and the Middleman Logging Project Dust Control. We have our asphalt, crack, chip, fog, epoxy paint symbol project at $1,514,664, commonly known as the chip seal project. We have the road waterborne paint striping on our non-chipped roads, $130,566. We have a gravel crushing project, Applegate 40,000 tons, and then Millings 17,000 tons for $342,000. We have a gravel material purchase budgeted at $80,000, planned for the Augusta area. We have $50,000 budgeted for gravel delivery and hauling. We have the Augusta Benchmark Gravel Load and Haul Project, including MAG application at $105,000. We have our road stabilization mag chloride supply budgeted at $110,000. We have the road stabilization mag chloride contracted services for the Sun Canyon middle section for $55,000. And then we've also, for the first time in my time as the finance person for Public Works, budgeted $100,000 for market fluctuations contingency from this in this budget. We're concerned about what the market's doing, and we want to make sure that we have some money set aside to do all these projects in case of market fluctuations that might increase the costs between budgeting and procurement. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Jenny for more on that.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, so as Audra indicated, the $100,000 is a new kind of just a contingency line item in the budget. If it's not spent, that money will just be carried forward. But if it's needed, it's going to let us move the projects forward. So all of these projects take a lot of time to get them on the ground. So if we're working, for instance, on a gravel crushing contract, and we go out, we first take the time to plan on what we're looking at for a scope of work. We develop a request for proposal or a invitation for bid, put all that together, advertise all that, come in front of you guys with bid openings. If those bids come out higher than we anticipated, we have to sometimes come back and say we are no longer able to proceed with this project because we don't have the budget authority and money to do that work. All of that takes a ton of time. So if we can be proactive and provide a little bit of money for contingencies, if some of these are over or under, then it allows us to maybe use some of this continuing funding to still move that project forward. It's unknown with the federal government right now on the tariffs, the market adjustments, all of those things for costs and infrastructure needs,
what that's going to do to us. So it's a very small amount, I think, in the overall scheme of things for the road department. But I think it's going to help us depending upon where things come out or how the next fiscal year looks as far as planning. So it's just a contingency budget, will be used or not used. If it's not, it will just go to our cash balance and be rolled over into future years. So just a planning tool.
Are there any questions on our road infrastructure projects? Okay. Yeah.
Just because we've been talking about the federal government and its impact on the work we're trying to get done. In the line entitled U.S. Forest Service Cooperative Agreement Work, are we still moving forward? We have expectations of the York Nelson dust control and the Middleman logging project dust control. And that's, a little over $100,000. Is that going to come in or do we know?
Chair Payne, thank you for that question. We do know. Recently, you may have seen the project agreement on an agenda. We were delayed a little bit on getting that agreement from them, but that has been signed and we don't have the fully executed back from them, but it is in the works. They've already started signing it. We just don't have the final signature just yet. So,
or the money?
Well, we do not have the money yet, but this type of agreement, we have to expend it and request a draw. So we have to spend first to get the money back.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, but there are no concerns with these projects moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner,
Roger?
just thought I'd add just this comment. Really want to acknowledge that the success Public Works has had in the past regarding a couple of, we've been talking a little bit about funding, a program called FLAP, FLAP, Federal Land Access Program, and DAR, DAR, Defense Access Roads. So in the past, the department and the county's been successful using those programs to help us fund some projects. We don't see any in this year's budget, but it doesn't mean we're not still paying attention and trying to go after those funds whenever we think we can and whenever they might be available for the future. Just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you, Roger. Andy? Tom? Frank? Nope, nobody wants to talk to you.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to the gas tax budget. The only source of revenue for this fund is fuel tax, which has historically been around $270,000. Revenue previously received and accounted for as the Bridge and Road Safety Accountability Act gas tax will now be receipted into this fund instead of its own fund after the restrictions changed. This will account for an additional $365,000 in revenue to this fund. Operations and maintenance activities include, we have a transfer of $442,000 to the Road Infrastructure Fund for road infrastructure improvements. We have snowplow, dump truck, and grader cutting edges, $44,000. Snowplow, and excuse me, let me go back because dump trucks do not have cutting edges, so I would like to strike that comment. The $44,000 is for snowplow and grader cutting edges. $44,000. We have snowplow, dump truck, grader, tractor truck, and water truck tires at $25,000. We have PTH wear parts at $30,000. We don't know what PTH stands for. It's a piece of equipment that was purchased from a company in Austria that is pulled behind a tractor that, it is the actual name, I guess. It doesn't stand for anything. But we pull it behind a tractor. It scoops up about a foot of native roadbed, including big cobble, and it crushes it and lays it behind the piece of equipment. And then we come back with our motor graders and lay it. And we have a nicely graveled road surface that used to be just a bumpy.
I believe somebody showed us that piece of equipment when we were in maybe Augusta.
Yes,
It was
probably.
being used and it was really a fascinating piece of equipment.
It is. It's been a good piece of equipment for the county because we do have a lot of roads out in the middle of nowhere. It would be very expensive to haul gravel to those locations. So
Absolutely.
this has been, we're actually on our second PTH, I believe,
Oh.
since we bought the first one many years ago. But it does require wear parts. As you know, when you're crushing gravel, it's hard on parts. And so we budget $30,000 to replace those parts. We've also budgeted $30,000 for a Pacer road analysis. We've budgeted $7,500 for pothole patching material. We've budgeted $107,500 for winter salt and sand, and $70,510 for the sign transfer. Are there
Wait
any
a minute.
questions
What do
on
you
the
mean sign transfer?
Thank you for that question, Chair Payne. Commissioners, the gas tax budget and the bridge budget each pay 1/3 of the sign operations and maintenance budget. So they transfer that money into the road department to help pay for the sign operations.
Thank you. And what is a Pacer road analysis?
That is a great question. Somebody else is going to answer that for me.
Chair Payne, Commissioners, I will eventually turn it over to Kevin Horn to provide more detail on this. But as we continue to move forward, and as you can see some of the tools that we've implemented as far as the dashboard planning, what does our projections look like? How do we plan out for things in the future? A Pacer road analysis is one of those planning tools. It's a company that comes in, they analyze your road, your hard surface roads, to kind of give you a life expectancy on a maintenance plan or a replacement plan for those roads analysis. The City of Helena does it on their roads as well. We worked with the City of Helena's contractor to get an estimate on cost. And I'll turn it over now to Kevin to kind of tell you what they look from a scoring matrix, how they come up with that analysis, and kind of what we intend to hopefully do with that information moving forward. So with that, Mr. Horn.
Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Director Chambers. Chair Payne, Commissioners, again, Kevin Horn, Lewis and Clark County Public Works Operations Manager. So we've kind of always had a Pacer analysis in place. That was kind of me, maybe Dan to a certain extent. All of our roads were rated of condition. So whether we thought they were in good condition, poor condition, medium condition, and it kind of spit out a number at us. It basically was almost like an Excel spreadsheet. So we're leaning towards of a more
Kevin?
Yes.
Is Pacer a piece of equipment or is it an engineering firm that?
It's the name of the analysis of the roads, a Pacer analysis.
Okay, and who does the analysis?
Currently, we are doing our own. So we are, and what we're looking at is hiring an engineering firm that specializes in this. They use a lot of different equipment. They'll use LiDAR, GPS type of stuff. They can take images of the roadways, profiles of the roadways, and they can give us an overall assessment of each road and give us actual recommendation from a maintenance standpoint, a replacement standpoint, what that looks like over the course of time. Basically a cost over time analysis, if you will, and they'll help us prioritize that. I think one of our biggest struggles on a daily basis is what funding we are allotted through our mill levy and our property tax money. Where do we put that towards, right? That's the challenge that our staff has every single year so we constantly are doing evaluations. You know, you mentioned Country Club, you mentioned Lake Helen, you mentioned some of these hard surface roads. In the last 6 to 8 years, we've made a very substantial effort on preventive maintenance. And this analysis will also tell us that, to take care of your better roads first and foremost, to help them last longer. Some of our roads are getting to the point of no return where they're going to take complete reconstruction. So basically, we're going to get all of our hard surface roads, an analysis from an engineering firm collecting a whole bunch of data from subgrades to surfaces, to tell us what those priorities should be, where we should allocate these dollars over time, taking care of the good ones. They'll take into granted how much traffic, what kind of loads they're carrying, everything that goes with it. It's kind of a new thing out there. I think the city's maybe been using it a couple years now. We have some tutorials on it, and I think it would be very beneficial to be able to come to you folks as the board when we're asking, we get this money and we say we want to do these projects, and this is why we would want to do them from a pavement preservation standpoint. So hope that helps.
Thank you.
And Chair Payne, Commissioners, just because we love acronyms, PACER is an acronym. It stands for Pavement Surface Evaluation and Rating. Pavement
Yes.
Surface Evaluation and Rating. So
Pavement
not really
surface?
sure where they came up with the A in there. But yes, PACER is how it's referred to.
Thank you, Jenny.
You're welcome.
This is just such an informative little group. I keep thinking that Dustin is going to come up and give us some bit of information that nobody knows about, but
Yes, Chair Payne, we saved the best for last.
okay, thank you.
And that time is now. We're now on the shop maintenance division. The shop maintenance division is responsible for the repair and maintenance of approximately 135 plus units of various equipment in the road, bridge, sign, shop, noxious weed control program, and administrative divisions of Public Works. 5 full-time employees ensure that equipment is maintained to the highest standards to achieve safe, reliable, and economical equipment with maximum longevity and efficiency. The primary source of revenue is an internal charge back to the road division at 90% and the bridge division at 10%. Other departments that use shop services are a secondary source of revenue for this fund. Revenue is increasing for the shop maintenance from $840,500 to $1,370,000.
How did they do that?
That's a great question, Chair Payne, and I'd like to explain that to you. As you know, a couple years ago, our fleet CIP was separated. The bridge department had their own equipment, the road division had their own equipment, the sign division had their own CIP, and shop had their own CIP. But all that equipment was intermingled, it was shared, and it didn't make sense to have all these CIPs. So 2 years ago, we combined them into one fleet CIP that the road and bridge and shop all share. It is managed by our shop maintenance division. But when we did that, that means that all costs related to maintaining that fleet also needed to be managed in the shop maintenance budget. Shop maintenance manages the fleet. They're responsible for the costs such as fuel, insurance. They already maintained them with the tires and preventative maintenance. So we just added all the costs related to the fleet to the shop budget. If you'll remember, we did not see an increase in the road and bridge budgets. And that's because we went from the road and bridge paying their share separately to now them just paying that money to the shop to cover those expenses. It makes it easier accounting wise. It makes my life easier in budgeting and managing those budgets. And hopefully it'll make it easier for the shop as well. So that's the main reason for that increase. Just to go through my notes, the road, bridge, shop vehicles and equipment were combined into one fleet managed by the shop in fiscal year 24. The shop budget will now take on all fleet-related costs such as fuel and insurance, in addition to the repair and maintenance they have always performed and charge back to the road and bridge divisions at 90% for road, 10% for bridge. Adding the fuel and insurance expenditures to this budget will require an increase of approximately $100,000 in reserves, cash reserves, and that in addition to the inflationary increases will increase the garage charges revenue from $825,000 to the $1,360,000. And I can see that that doesn't balance with what I first said, but there's other revenue type expenses that, or revenue that we bring in on the shop and the shop maintenance. These changes were made to simplify the budget tracking for these items. They had no impact to the Road and Bridge Division as these costs just transferred to this fund.
Okay. With your little table here, there's a 49% at the end of the line on total expenditures, but I don't, okay, so 50%, what does the 49% show
So
us?
what that other than itemized out between each of the individual divisions.
So in each of those other divisions, then is that amount shown as being taken out of, say, the Bridge Division?
Well, it wouldn't, because for the Bridge Division, line item fuel, let's say, showed 100,000 for fuel. Now it shows 0, but it's going to show 100,000 as a transfer out to the shop. So there's no change to the Bridge Division. They're still paying the same amount, just from a different line item.
Hey, makes
Okay.
sense.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So we'll move on to operations and maintenance. So you saw the 50% increase in total expenditures for operations and maintenance. That 757,000 number is 94% higher than fiscal year 25. And that's the fleet-related increases. It's 345,000 for fuel, $200 for title work, 63,550 for insurance. And those are the expenses that account for the majority of the increase in the O&M. So now I'll move on to the other operating expenses for the shop. Minor equipment totals $10,900 and includes conference room chairs for $2,500, a fleet trailer from the Noxious weed program at $1,000, safety confined space ventilation equipment and air monitoring, $2,500, a secondary containment sump for the used oil tank that stores used oil for heating at $3,500.
Audra,
Mhm.
what page are you on?
In your notes.
117.
Nope, 17. It's in the gold section.
Gold.
Yep.
17. Yep. Okay.
Sorry about that. We moved you around. And then we're under the minor equipment bullet point. So we have also hydraulic testing equipment at 750. Diagnostic software data link adapter replacement at 650, and 2 laptops for mechanic workstations at 2,500. Other operational increases include increasing the tire budget from 20,000 to 30,000, replacing 4 exterior man doors for 15,000, replacing a window at 1,500, rebuilding the 928F wheel loader articulation, 15,000. Adding inspection services for the new vehicle lift at 1,000, and an increase in janitorial from 10,788 to 16,590, thanks to the Limble program. Any questions on operations before we get into the fleet capital? No?
Proceed.
If you'd like to look at the capital plan while I'm just reviewing it, starts on page 139. Oh, and the purchases for this fiscal year are up on the screen, yes. We have budgeted a $1,360,000 contribution to the CIP from the Road Division, $241,000 from the Bridge Division, Capital purchases total $3,955,190. What's included in that number is the relocation and replacement of the mag chloride tanks and the fuel island ARPA project. $263,160 is a cost share, the cost over and above what the ARPA contribution. We have the replacement of 2 dump trucks, $484,760, and also the 2 dump pup trailers, $370,960. And we're replacing those 2 dump trucks with 1 dump truck and pup and 1 tractor truck with a side dump trailer. We have our motor grader replacements up again in fiscal year 26. We'll replace 6 motor graders. We've budgeted $2,595,340. And the accompanying 3 V-plow replacements related to the graders, $121,560, and a service pickup replacement, $119,410. And to go back into history a little bit, Chair Payne, when I first started at Public Works, we were leasing our motor graders.
Oh.
The county did not own the motor graders. We leased them on an annual basis. And one of my goals when I became the finance person was that I wanted the county to be able to own our motor graders. And it took us a few years because it was pretty difficult. We had to pay for the lease and we had to start saving every year to be able to buy new graders in 5 or 6, 7 years. I don't remember, but we did meet our goal, and I was pretty proud of that. And now we're able to roll those motor graders every 7 years, I think it is. Every 5. There's too many numbers in my head. Every 5 years, we roll the motor graders.
So how long ago did you start this project? You've been here, what, 20 years?
Well, I've been with Lewis and Clark County for 25 years.
Oh,
I've been with Public Works about 18 of those years.
Okay, and so it's during the 18 years that you started down this road.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yes, I think this is my 3rd roll of motor graders. So, are there any questions on the fleet capital? Jenny would like me to mention, Chair Payne, that when we're ready to roll our equipment and surplus it, we usually put it up for auction, and any revenue that's brought back in from the sale of that equipment comes back into our CIP. It's hard to budget for because we never know what that equipment is worth, but any revenue we receive from the sale, we save in the CIP to go towards future purchases. In the past, with our motor grader program, rolling them every 5 years, when we've bid those, we've been able to bid them with a guaranteed buyback from the vendors. And so we always have a guaranteed amount that we know we're going to bring back in after that 5-year period that comes into our CIP. And so the net between that guaranteed buyback and what we spend is usually, it brings it down closer to like 1.9 million probably, or less, 1.5 million.
And you have appeared in front of the commission regarding these replacement of various pieces of equipment in that manner and recycling at its beginning.
Yeah.
Continue.
That's all I have for the shop maintenance. The fuel revolving is our final budget. One of the smaller ones, it is associated with our shop maintenance. The revenue in our fuel revolving fund is derived from the sale of the fuel at the fuel island. The fuel is sold at the cost of the fuel per gallon plus a surcharge per gallon that funds the repair, maintenance, and replacement of the fuel system. The annual surcharge is determined by calculating the total budgeted expenses for the fund less the cost of fuel. And then we divide that by the estimated or budgeted number of gallons we anticipate will sell. It's always a little bit of a challenge. We anticipate that everybody's going to continue using the fuel island like they've been using. And this past year has been a good year. We will keep the fuel surcharge at 30 cents for both unleaded and diesel. So there is no change in that fuel surcharge. And we are also able to budget $10,000 capital contribution to the fuel revolving CIP. And that's
Just a second. Fuel revolving CIP. So you can go out and buy more fuel or pumps or what? Capital improvement plan. That's not fuel. It's a
Correct.
hard piece of
correct, Chair
equipment.
Payne.
isn't it?
It would be the storage tanks for the fuel. It's the system that pumps the fuel. It's the computer program that keeps track of the fuel that we're selling. As you know, we're building a new fuel island right now, and some of the funds that we have saved are going towards that project.
I'm so glad you explained that to me. Thank you. I didn't see it at all, so good job.
Okay, thank you.
Continue. That's it? Wait a second. Andy, ask her some questions. Don't you have questions? Tom?
Yeah, I think pretty complex. We're going to have to take some time to obviously look at all over. What can we tell people? And maybe I missed it. I know at one point we were talking about another temporary bridge, and is that in here? And where did I miss that?
Commissioner Rolfe, Commissioner Chair Payne, Commissioner Rolfe, I'll go back to that slide really quick and walk through that.
Okay.
Chair Payne, Commissioner Rolfe, and the Bridge Infrastructure Fund is where the projects are outlined as far as the cost of the projects we're able to do based upon the revenue source. So in fiscal year 26, we do propose some work on the Birdtail replacement project. That money is for the full-blown design of a bridge replacement. So the engineering associated with the bridge replacement design. As you know or are aware, we have a task order in place right now with Great West Engineering to help us evaluate an alternative option for a temporary detour bridge. We had them evaluate where would that bridge could potentially go, how it would maybe, the road would have to be developed onto the Dearborn Ranch's property, and then could we span a temporary bridge across the high water mark so that we're not having to get environmental permitting and working with the Corps of Engineers based upon the temporary plan. So that was a phased task order just for the look at the detour option moving forward. When we determine which direction we're going with that piece, the next step would be to get another task order in place with an engineering firm, most likely Great West Engineering, because they've already done some surveying work in the area, and do a full-blown bridge replacement design of Birdtail. So that will be 1 to 2 years of the engineering design for that, the actual replacement bridge. We have been working with Dearborn Ranch on a temporary landowner access agreement to try to get authorization from them to even do a detour. In the interim, progress is being made on that agreement. And now what we're doing is looking at if we are to develop that detour, what would it cost for the staff using the bridge and road department's operation budget? We think we could do it with our existing staff and resources available, and then temporarily use our detour bridge moving forward. As well as, no, we didn't. Chair Payne, Commissioner. I was going to have Kevin Horn come up and talk a little bit about the proposed opportunity of the purchase of a temporary bridge. We had it budgeted. We haven't procured that yet in 2025. We want to evaluate the risk associated with that and the cost associated with that. But in 2025, the temporary bridge was projected at the $225,000 with the design coming in 26, but we have not procured that bridge yet.
Thank you, Director Chambers, Chair Payne, Commissioners, again, Kevin Horn, Operations Manager for Lewis and Clark County. So the temporary bridge, this is going to be a little lengthy, so bear with me a bit because we did a lot of brainstorming to get to this point, knowing where we're going to end up. So I want to refer you back to the Dead Man Bridge in Little Prickly Pear drainage. We had money allocated there to do some work on that bridge. We found out over the course of time we were getting more into a foundation failure rather than just fixing the deck. So we had some engineering work done on that in preparation for us to replace that bridge at some point in time. Birdtail surfaced after that. So we put our heads together and thought, how can we complete two tasks at the same time? Great West Engineering gave us a design for the bridge, so we knew how big of a structure we needed for the Dead Man Prickly Pear structure.
Is this for the temporary bridge or for the final bridge?
This is for the final bridge. Great
Thank you.
question. This is for the final bridge. It's a 54-foot span. So what we thought we would do, and we're still in the early stages of that because we need to have some one-on-one with the commissioners and present the agreements to you folks. Our plan is to ask the board if we could reallocate our 2025 funding that we had for a couple other projects that weren't as high priority, one of them being Ferry Drive Bridge. There's some engineering dollars in there, and there was also some Dead Man dollars in there that totals $225,000 on page 116. That's why it's still in 2025 and not budgeted in 2026. When we accomplished this, we thought it would move a lot faster on the agreement portion. As you folks well know, we've been dealing with this, since October of last year. So it hasn't went as quick as we thought it would. That money is in place to purchase a temporary bridge. So what that means was we would take our temporary bridge that Lewis and Clark County owns. It's a 50-foot span. We would install that on the Dearborn detour to get around Flat Creek. The temporary money that we would use would purchase another bridge that's 54 feet long, so that we would have a temporary bridge until we could find funding for Flat Creek, right? So the 54-foot bridge would eventually go to Dead Man that we had designed, and we would get our 50-foot bridge back. I know it's complicated and confusing, but that plan is what we have had since day one. We, like Director Chambers said, we've finally had all the legal reviews on the agreement. You guys will be seeing that before too long, I presume, and then we'll be on to next steps for the construction of the detour. We have the engineering budgeted at $105,000 in 2000, or $150,000 in 2026. That is the design for the new Birdtail Bridge.
Mm-hmm.
We have already designed the detour structure, so that's ready to go with our 50-footer. That help? Confusing, I know.
Yes, you're not quite done yet. Kevin, during one of our MACO get-togethers, I talked with a guy from the Department of Commerce, and he suggested that the Army Corps of Engineers is a great source for temporary bridges. They have them. Is that not an option for us, or?
Chair Payne, Commissioners, yes, we've looked and talked with Army Corps of Engineers. We've talked to Department of Natural Resources and Conservation. We've talked to area contractors that have and do these projects on a regular basis. They have temporary bridges in their locations as well. The concern that most folks say, or that we have conversations with them, is how long are you going to need this temporary bridge? If we said we'd like to borrow the temporary bridge for a couple months, we could probably work on a lease agreement or some kind of arrangement with that. When you looked at the bridge infrastructure projection of the negative $151,000, there's not a guarantee that we're going to get funding to be able to construct the Birdtail Bridge replacement in 2028. So our agreement with the landowner, Dearborn Ranch, right now is for 5 years. It doesn't mean that that's when we're going to be able to get the bridge replaced, but we did it for an initial 5-year period of time just to allow us enough time to hopefully get the funding accomplished. So when you're looking at a temporary bridge situation, the question really is this going to be temporary, or are you talking about years and years to come?
Temporary is relative.
Yes, it is. So the idea, as far as we're going to have to buy a bridge in the future for Dead Man Creek, we know it's a 54-foot span of bridge. If we were to use our current temporary we have, that's a 50-foot, purchase a 54-foot just in case Broadwater or other emergencies come up in the future, have that in our ability to use moving forward. Then when the Birdtail Bridge is replaced, we'll take our temporary 50-footer back, and then we'll take the 54-foot that we bought and put it on Dead Man Creek moving forward. So like you like to have on the reuse, recycle, refurnish opportunities, that's what the potential plan is moving forward, is that we're not buying assets that we may or may not need long-term, but really looking at what that looks like for the future projections. We are going to try to put together briefings for each one of you individually in more detail, and maybe a flow chart to kind of show what that looks like, to kind of lay out the pros and cons with that approach, but wanted to share that with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Want to make sure those cows get their hay, you know, like those ranchers up there are worried.
So Chair Payne, Commissioner Rolfe, just to go back to your question, we are also making phone calls with those landowners that have inquired about this project. I can also share with them an update at the Augusta Government Day as well. But it's the same story we've been saying, is just depending upon funding, we're readily looking at opportunities to do for a bridge replacement, and then working with Dearborn Ranch on what that agreement looks like. So we're making progress. These are challenging projects. So that concludes our presentation for the Road, Bridge, Sign, and Shop Department.
I think Destin should come up and answer
We can do, yeah. We can
since he is here.
Chair Payne, Commissioners,
Not Destin.
again, Kevin Horn, Public Works Operations. I just have a comment. I guess more maybe just a thank you for Director Chambers, Assistant Director Zackrell, all of our division, and I speak on behalf of all of our division leaders today. We started this process in September. I mean, we meet for an hour every week since September to get the document you guys see today. A tremendous amount of work by both of these ladies to get it to that point. And we just wanted them to know that we appreciate everything that you guys do. Jenny, Audra, for all the help on that. We also appreciate all the support from the board. So it's been a long process. We're happy it's over. We can move on to the next one. So thank everybody that was involved from the top to the bottom. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Kevin. You know, we're out talking to people, the people who voted for us, and they want to know, what the hell are you doing with all that money? And this is really helpful for us to be able to, with a good faith statement, it's being spent responsibly and reasonably, and we're recycling, we're doing all the things with the taxpayers' monies that we would do with our own. We're not going to spend it wildly or not recycle if we can't. So it is really helpful to have good books and to have a good explanation, so that when people come to us, we may not explain it as well as you do, but at least we have a foundation, and if it gets complicated, we know who to call. Okay. Dustin?
Good afternoon, Chair Payne, Commissioners. I'm Dustin Knoll, Shop Manager.
How long have you been our shop manager?
10 years this fall.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many people work for you?
There's 4 mechanics and myself. So,
And when we were in Augusta, Jenny and Andy and I went and toured the shop that is up in Augusta.
mhm.
And we were told that sometimes you guys go up there and fix things. Is that correct?
That is correct. Chair Payne, that's one of our, especially in the winter, one of our main service calls, what we call them, you know, that's why we have a service truck, is so that we can do, you know, field work, I guess, if you will, even though it's in a shop. Those shops are not set up as well as our main shop in Helena,
course.
so we bring everything there and take care of whatever needs to be taken care of
Okay.
on the equipment.
Well, and it's nice to have a dry, warm place to work when you got to fix
That
some
it
of that
is.
stuff. So, okay, well, thank you for what you provide for our fellow citizens that we're
Absolutely.
looking out for here.
And thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, then you are excused. Oh, Mr. Roger Balls wants to say something.
So thank you, Chair Payne and Commissioners. This is not specific to Public Works, but I just wanted to remind you that we understand we're going to need to deal with a mandate that's been imposed upon us called MS4. I know that you've each had a briefing from Public Works, the Health Department, Planning, and there'll be more about that in the budget this year. We're going to be recommending some funding for us to deal with that mandate. It's got to do with pollutants and stormwater. And we've all been working together as a team, and we'll be bringing that forward. Unless Frank has a correction here, I know we've been looking at about a request for around $150,000. Probably going to be recommending that be placed under the commission's budget for the coming fiscal year. Again, it's not specific to Public Works, but it is a mandate that we're expecting to have to deal with in the coming months. And I just wanted to remind you of that. I know you've all been briefed about it once already. You have a memo on it as well, but just a reminder on that particular issue as well. Thank you.
Is this a mandate from our friends at the legislature?
It's a DEQ requirement, Department of Environmental Quality, and it has to do with, we triggered a population threshold.
Oh, yes.
That requires us to go forward with this. Cascade County had to deal with it just 2 or 3 years ago, and the city of Helena already has such a program. So I believe it's our county and I think Gallatin County have been triggered to deal with this program moving forward. Thank you.
And we will do it cheerfully.
Chair Payne, just quickly,
Mhm.
I just want to say thank you to the whole public crew, or Public Works crew. Thank you for this year. I got some tours of buildings and of the complex. I think I really appreciate you guys making time for me to do that. I think it was really good to see you guys there, see your staff there, and build, put some context to the numbers and see what you guys do and what the challenges you have. Also, just, thank you for this budget book with all the detail. I referred to this all year long. Sometimes I have to call Audra to help me wade through it, but it is a very detailed and a very useful document that is gratefully used and leveraged all year round, and I really, really appreciate it. I also just want to point out for Audra's work that she does outside of Public Works. She doesn't just sit over at the complex and just focus over there. She does an enormous amount of work. I don't know how she does it. She comes over and helps us with interviews, helped us hire an accounting manager. When we have finance meetings, she is commonly the one that we go to for institutional knowledge, best practice, and everything above and beyond. We go to her for accounting items, and contracts. We also leverage her for contracts and her knowledge there. So it's gratefully appreciated from everyone in finance, not just me and my team, but all across the county. You are referred to a lot in other meetings, so I hope your ears are burning quite a bit, and it's always a good thing, and I appreciate your help. And thank you, Jenny, for everything that you do and your crew. And I just echo what Kevin was saying. I completely agree with everything he was saying. So there's my verbal hugs for the day.
Thank you. Anything further, Andy?
Well, since we're giving verbal hugs.
Oh,
Well,
come on.
No, Kevin said it. I just recognize that, we go through this pretty darn fast and it's a lot of information started in September, October. So I just want you to know that we recognize how much is here and we burn through this awfully fast, but it's not without appreciation for all the hard work that was done to get this in front of us. So thank you very much to everybody and your team. Appreciate it.
So I suppose I should say thank you all for being so patient with my questions and recognizing my antipathy for TLAs. Those things just drive me crazy, and you guys have just taken care of that. Also, the books, our budget books, and this is a really fast through it. But in my office, I spend time and I go through it and I really try to get a basic understanding of every page that is on here so that I can have a better understanding. So thank you for your reports. Make sure they have page numbers. That'd be very helpful if the other people, some of them have not put on page numbers. And if I've got a question, it'd be helpful to turn to the right page. So,
Chair Payne, your detail could really pay off because these rascals will often put in there like a pink pony or something that they want to purchase and it's in a line item somewhere. So try and find what they tried to pull off this year.
This is the voice of experience, right, Andy?
Yeah, and I'm not going to look that hard. So you go for it.
Thomas, you got anything for us?
Well, just add to the kudos. This is a big portion of our county budget. The detail with which you approach it, like I said a little while ago, I think it's easier for me to understand this year. Maybe I'm just learning, but I really appreciate the format, the way it's done, and each of you four right here are detail-minded people that always are able to answer my questions when I have them, and I really appreciate it very much.
Okay. Amen. This is the end of the presentation for Public Works. However, we do have 2 more budgets to oversee this afternoon, but we're going to take a little recess until 3:30. Roger, that's when they're going to show up. Okay. Thank you all. Have fun. All right. Now we will continue the saga of the budget sessions of Lewis and Clark County. This is the continuation of the budget meeting, and now we're going to hear from the Rocky Mountain Development Council Incorporated. Roger, do you have anything to say about this introduction or?
Oh, Chair Payne, not particularly. I guess I could just offer up that this is a very routine presentation that we get year after year.
It's not going to be routine. These ladies promised us they've got puppets.
I'm sure you're right, Commish. I would just offer it's been a great partnership to work with RMDC over the years. They've been excellent partners in many ways with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Please come forward and show us what you got. Introduce yourselves for the record. Both, yeah. Is it green?
Yeah.
Speak.
Yes.
Thank you. Name, rank, and serial number.
My name is Lori Lattis, Loriladas, Executive Director of Rocky Mountain Development Council. I don't have a rank or a serial number.
Executive Director is what I want.
Good enough. Hi, I'm Kathy Marks. It's KATHYMARKS, and I'm Operations Director at Rocky.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
As Roger eloquently said, this is sort of a routine presentation. We've come before you. I believe I've come before you for 12 years. Today is the 12th anniversary of my employment at Rocky.
Wow.
And I believe we came before you on my first day of work. I came up here with Kurt Chisholm and budget analysts and didn't know a whole lot about this whole process. So,
But you're a quick study.
well, you know, 12
12
years,
years, yeah.
12 years. I know. There's a Word document that provides some narrative background on the programs that you can look at your leisure. It has some numbers in it that I'll just point out. I can't figure out where I want this thing. I'm not used to speaking into a microphone, so. Okay, so as you know, we run a congregate dining program and a Meals on Wheels program. And we have sites in Helena, Lincoln, Augusta, Townsend, Boulder, and Whitehall. And the program is funded through a mixture of money from the Older Americans Act, which some of which is federal money and some of which is state. And then we use the county mill funds that we receive from our 3 counties, Lewis and Clark, Broadwater, and Jefferson, to supplement for the work we do in the other towns that are not in Lewis and Clark County. In 2024, we served 1,110 seniors, 19,358 meals in all of those senior centers. I apologize, I don't have the number specifically for just Lewis and Clark County. I should have thought of that before we came over. We also deliver commodity supplemental food program boxes to Broadwater, Jefferson, Marr, Powell, and Lewis and Clark counties. We have a little bit bigger footprint with that than we do for most of our programs, and we delivered in 2024 4,673 boxes. Those are delivered every other month. The Meals on Wheels program in 2024 delivered 92,163 meals to 799 clients. And this time I do have a number for Helena and East Helena. That number is 67,693 meals. The other things that we use the county mill funding for are the senior services, which is mostly comprised of a senior center coordinator who works to coordinate activities. We have all kinds of things that go on every day in the senior center besides meals. We've got exercise classes, lots of card playing, line dancing, bingo, wood carving, health checks, blood pressure checks, and a lot of educational and community presentations. We also have a 13-passenger bus that we use to transport people to and from the senior center. And in 2024, we provided 1,821 one-way rides. And then the narrative goes on to talk about the Area 4 Agency on Aging. That's the program we run that is the conduit through which the Older American Act funds come. We also have foster grandparent program, senior companion program, and retired senior volunteer programs that are partially funded by county mill dollars. So I will ask you to take a look at the spreadsheet that I brought. I've got the past 2 actual years that are complete, fiscal year 23 and 24. And then we've got a projected number for fiscal year 25. And then we've got what we're proposing for fiscal year 26. And I'd like to call your attention to 23 and 24. You'll see that the total county mill that we allocated to all of the programs that we use it for was significantly lower than what it's turning out to be for fiscal year 25. And the main reason for that is because we received so much CARES and ARPA funding through the senior programs that we were able to amass a bit of a savings account, if you will. And that is at the bottom in the pink cells. So coming into our fiscal year 25 that we're currently in, that ends in June 30, we had sitting in our bank account $444,076. That is what we refer to as our carry forward for our county mill funds. And during fiscal year 25, which is almost over, we're thinking that we're going to spend $825,074, which is significantly higher than the amount we're taking in and is going to draw down that carry forward by quite a bit, leaving us with a carry forward of around 130,000. These are actually preliminary numbers. They're not 100% set yet. The budget analysts at Rocky are still working on honing into what we're going to present to our board at the end of June. I will point out that we did end up spending more in fiscal year 25 than we showed you that we thought we were going to spend when we came here last year at this time. And a lot of that has to do with increases in insurance and groceries and supplies for trays, for delivering meals, and those sorts of costs. And we also had thought that we were going to use some of our CSBG funding for the Meals on Wheels program, and we ended up not doing that.
CSEG.
CSBG, I'm sorry, it's Community Services Block Grant.
Thank you.
And so proposed fiscal year 26, I have no idea what the county might be interested in offering in any type of increase, but I went ahead and just put in what the Consumer Price Index as of April 2025 for the past 12 months look back. I found that that was 2.3. That's actually not just for our region, so I don't know exactly what our region CPI is. I didn't look at that. But basically what we're thinking is going to happen is we're going to end up spending about 200,000 more money than we take in and what we have in carry forward. So we'll probably need to be looking at other ways of trying to fund these programs and other things we might be able to do, such as we might have to start a wait list for Meals on Wheels and not serve everybody, because we've just never had a wait list. We've always served everybody that has called and wanted Meals on Wheels. So, you know, it may end up with a reduction in services that we're able to provide. Unless the county has some extra money.
Our taxpayers do not think we should have any extra money.
Yeah, I understand.
And
Chair Payne.
say something
So,
wise.
Just for understanding about how this works in terms of the number of mills and how we've done this in the past, where these dollars come from. There's a senior dedicated mill, right? In each one of the counties.
Chair Payne, Commissioner Hunthausen, yes. So Rocky receives a senior citizen or a mill that is associated with senior citizen. And Lori came up with a really close number as to where I'm calculating it. It's for that mill, I'm calculating $195,758. And then typically there's a contribution from the general fund for around that 225,000 number. So
Yeah.
we will look at those and we bring those to the commission as a new request from Rocky. And you'll consider those during the new request.
If there was an increase.
Yes,
Yeah.
if there's an increase.
I mean, we
Yep.
typically increase
based on
the
COLA.
COLA.
Yep.
But if we wanted to consider putting more into the program,
that would be your choice. Yes.
that would be something that we could consider. And
Mhm.
what I wanted to, and Lori, if you just talk about it, because we talked about it at the board meeting so many times, that when we project out what's going to happen in the coming years in terms of what these dollars will cover. I mean, they're not going to keep up at all.
No, because we will no longer have any carry forward after 2026. I think that the money that we are hoping to have coming our way, the top section, 520 some thousand, is going to be short by 300 and almost 35,000 in the cost that we're projecting that we're going to need to allocate it to. There are some other things at play, though. We know that the AmeriCorps seniors programs are potentially going to be zeroed out. That was just the first blush of the president's budget, and I'm not sure, I wasn't able to really discern when the House passed the budget bill what actually had changed from his initial budget. I'm still trying to make sense of that, but we haven't really heard anything one way or the other as to whether those programs are going to go away, but they don't really take much of our allocation. Across the three of those programs there at the bottom, it's around 80,000. But I mean, that's still a lot of money, and it would certainly help. As far as the senior nutrition programs, we're not anticipating cuts for those, but we're not also anticipating any increase. We're expecting the funding to either be flat or even a tiny bit lower than last year. And then let me draw your attention to over in the proposed for fiscal year 26, you'll see there's an additional column that shows total program costs, and then a calculation that shows you what percentage of those programs is funded by a county mill, the way we've got it showing here to allocate it. And the senior space and the senior services are almost completely funded by county mill. And that's the rent on the dining room and the activity rooms, and then the salary of a part-time senior center coordinator to coordinate all the activities that happen there. I mean, we could probably reduce, I mean, I'm just thinking out loud the things that we're thinking we might have to do if we're having a shortfall with the budget. You know, we may have to reduce operating hours and, you know, just things like that.
Right.
Chair Payne, Lori or Kathy, you probably, I don't know, maybe you do remember how they came up with the original general fund contribution for the senior programs. I mean, this is obviously, is this a growth thing that has over time just kind of gotten away from us, or why? How would you describe how this is kind of grown the deficit here? I know that we kind of had angel funds from ARPA for a little bit, but this was inevitable.
It was,
Yeah.
exactly, because in fiscal year 19, Rocky did strategic planning and we looked at this exact spreadsheet. And at that point, we were estimating that maybe in fiscal year 21 or 22, we were going to run out. We knew it was going to happen.
Yeah.
But then the very next year, we started receiving pandemic funding, and, you know, it just kind of enabled us to not spend the county mill funds and just to hang on to them and use them, you know, as we needed them. But again, we knew that this fiscal cliff, if you will, was coming. I guess the question being, you know, we're obviously overspending the amount that we're bringing in for these programs.
Yeah.
And so something has to change, and we'll have to work on that. And like I said, a couple of things that popped to mind right away are maybe reducing the number of meals that we deliver and just having a wait list instead of always delivering to everyone who wants one.
Well, I guess that's the same analysis or similar analysis that like to explore, is that over time, as these programs have the same level of services cost more, we haven't really kept up in a and I don't know if the COLA is happening every year. Has the COLA been?
There has been a COLA every year.
Okay. So, you know, just I don't know, exploring ways that we might be able to assist and, you know, there might still have to be some reduction in spending, but I mean, if there's a way to help with the pain and the bleeding of these programs are really important for the seniors, and really like to see if we could assist in keeping them whole to some degree. And I think the other counties are going to have to be engaged as well. I don't know how you work with them, but.
They don't invite us to come to a budget meeting. Usually it's just done via email.
Okay. So, but I'm looking at you because we'll have to think about ways that we can.
Chair Payne, Commissioner Hunthausen, if you wanted to, we could include an additional discussion on this during the new requests or have other meetings to see if there's any opportunity. So that'd be up to you guys though.
And I'm happy to provide any additional information that you might want if you have questions as you're considering.
Question if I might.
Tom?
Is the amount of money that comes off the taxes based on a certain number of mills, or is it a dollar figure?
Chair Payne, Commissioner Rolfe, it is comes off, there's one piece that is based off of the number of mills that they receive, yes. And then the other piece is just a general fund contribution to them, straight from our operating funds.
But like up here, I think this year they received, or I see they got a mill program. That mill, if it's a set mill, it might move farther than you think. And then if then our general fund program might not be as flexible, but the mill thing might, if it's a set mill, then the mill might have greater value.
Chair Payne, Commissioner Rolfe, the mill unfortunately, it is kind of stuck off of the inflationary factor, which is half the rate of inflation for the 3 years. It's a 3-year average, half the rate of inflation, which is 2.11% this year.
Okay.
Plus all new growth. And we're anticipating the Department of Revenue to be behind on growth calculations this year because.
Would you say that again, please? I'm having a hard time understanding.
All the counties and finance folks are anticipating the Department of Revenue to be behind on growth calculations in the counties due to the significant amount of implementation that they're going to be doing with all of the new property tax laws that they have just passed. So it's going to be interesting. We have some meetings coming forward with Mako and those folks with Nancy Everson, my predecessor. And it could be tectonic when it comes to how things are calculated. I'm not quite sure how it's all going to shake out. If it's the case, things could really, really change when it comes to county finance. But I'm not getting my hopes up. It could be negative. It could be positive. We're just working through a lot with the Department of Revenue. And when it comes to the growth factor piece, we're anticipating this year is kind of a status quo revenue year. But when it comes to future years and possibilities for voted levies and stuff, things could be really different. But as of right now, we're just kind of waiting for the Department of Revenue to work through its calculations.
Chair Payne.
Roger, yes.
I don't mean to preempt anything, but for many years, Lewis and Clark County has supported the mission of RMDC with this funding through a mill levy and through a supplemental amount of money from the general fund. The indication I'm getting from you is that you would like to continue that past practice. And we can absolutely add this to our list of the summary meeting that we'll be having in 2 or 3 weeks to finalize that supplement from the general fund. The mill levy is going to be whatever it's going to be. So if that's an agreeable approach to the commissioners, that's typically what we do with this budget.
Yeah.
Okay, before we move on, I would like some more information. For example, what is the total budget for the Rocky Mountain Development Council for a year?
It runs around 11 million.
Okay, is it someplace here or is
No,
that not included in
no,
it?
this is only the programs. I'm not including here anything. We're not including Head Start. That 11 doesn't include housing, actually. That's just the Rocky number. And our energy services grants are not included here. This is just the senior services.
Okay, so are the senior services 11 million?
No, no,
Okay.
that's all of Rocky.
Okay,
That's all of Rocky.
okay.
I
But
thought that's what you were asking. I apologize.
so what we're trying to figure out is, I think this is a fabulous program and it deserves to be supported. So the budget for a year ago was what about, no, wrong column. Yeah, okay. 825,074.
That's where we think it's going to end at June 30 of 25. Yes, that's what we
Okay.
think we're going to spend.
Okay, that is the amount you are working on to keep this thing floating.
Actually, we think that for 26, it'll cost a little bit more just based on cost of living increases for staff and grocery increases or,
Yeah, so it has doubled since 2024?
No, this is only showing you the amount of money that we allocated from the county mill. And the reason 24 and 23 are so much less is all of the COVID funding that we received.
Oh, okay.
Chair Payne, can I just add just a little bit?
Of course, move on, Frank. What?
I don't know if you might be looking at the actuals column for 24, that under that yellow header, that 463,430 or 34.
Yeah.
That total is what they've spent to date on the program.
In county mill.
In county.
That's
Not
2024,
right.
Yeah. For last year. Yes.
isn't it?
Yes, fiscal year 24, ending
Which
June.
started a year ago.
It
and-
started July 2023.
Okay,
All right.
so
Yep.
that number is not terribly helpful.
Well, I mean, we are just trying to show you what we've spent over the past couple of years and explain why it's so different.
Okay.
But yeah, it's not real relevant to what's happening today. Definitely.
Okay. Frank, did you have further knowledge?
Sorry for, I was thinking it was designed like my budget.
You just do this to make me feel better because I'm not
But-
very good with numbers.
However, the projected column for 25, I would imagine, and I think it's safe to assume that those are they have an element of actuals numbers building in, and we're getting really close to the end of the year. So that's a real number that we're looking
April.
at. Yeah, through April. Okay, that's through April. So,
Well, I mean, it's through April and projected for 2 more months.
okay, all right. And then the other thing I would like to say too, when we're talking to the amount that you're spending here, the cost controls that you have are very, very limited because if you're servicing every person that's requesting services, then that's what's driving your costs along with increases in inflation and other things, but primarily inflation and the number of services that are being demanded of you. So it's to control your costs. You don't have much leverage there. Am I right?
I'm not sure. I mean, the only leverage I think we have is to
reduce services.
Yeah.
It's not like you could pick a new vendor tomorrow and be able to continue the services at the current rate that you're at.
A new vendor for, say, groceries
Yes.
or,
Yep.
probably not going to see much difference there because I feel like we already do have a pretty good deal with the food vendors that we use. We just recently negotiated some lower food costs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so I'm just throwing it out there. This is not really kind of like, it just is it's the nature of the services that you provide. You don't have the ability to go out there and control costs like maybe we do in some of our departments. It's a different type of challenge that others would have. The other thing I'd like to point out for commissioners is I know that Lori said that their budget in total is $11 million. But those dollars are being spent on very specific things that those dollars are not available to be spent on these types of programs. So
Just divert it.
they would be unavailable. So it's not like there's a pot of money over there that they could divert money over and help augment this. This is the money they have to spend on these programs. That's it.
Okay.
Chair Payne.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy,
and,
yes.
Yeah, what we've been doing is great. I mean, we've been contributing annually, but it's not keeping up. So I guess the question for me is not, I want to keep doing what we're doing, of course, but whether we want to contribute something further, whether that's a larger contribution out of the general fund, or I guess the other way you could look at it is to allocate more mill toward it. But that's a whole different animal. But one of those two things is what we would be contemplating. So there's the status quo, but what do we want to, if we want to contribute more? And that's what we talk about in our other session, right? But we'd probably need some sort of proposed number or something that would be, if we don't need it now, I guess, but I think would be something we'd need to talk about is what would be proposed that we'd want to contribute further.
Commissioner Payne?
Roger, yes.
Yes. Commissioner, I believe what's being proposed is stated there on the sheet. It appears to be 2.3% increase, but I would ask for Lori or Kathy to confirm that.
Yes.
Where do you see that number?
If you look at the top of the sheet that Lori and Kathy have provided you.
Oh, you mean this one?
No,
This one?
under the green heading,
Yeah.
the first.
What I would call that is status quo. That's what we do every year. We add the colon and keep moving forward. What we're talking about here is structurally they're going to be in hot water in the next couple of years. They're going to be out of completely having to start cutting services to seniors because they don't have enough money to continue. So do we want to be part of that solution going forward? And we'd have to contribute more to the program if we did. So that's all.
More than 2.3%.
Yes,
Okay.
that's the normal. That's the
2.3
normal
is the
increase
status
that
quo.
we've been doing every year. We've been doing whatever the COLA is, annually to keep going. But the programs are going to be at the current level of service. This is not going to keep up. It's not going. That's what we're talking about.
Right.
Projections going out forward. So if not this year, next year, looking at some sort of increase.
Okay. In the interest of educating me a little more, how much increase is there in the population you served? I mean, last year you served 100 and this year you're serving 500 or 150?
No, I don't think it's booming that much. Do you have a statistic?
I don't have a statistic.
Ballpark would work.
But
State your name, please.
Oh, Kathy Marks. I've been working on the community needs assessment and we're working on a statewide one. And I don't have a stat in my head, but the percentage increases of seniors is going up in almost every county, especially the Kalispell area and Lewis and Clark. And so while we're not seeing much of an increase in our numbers of people served in the last couple of years, we do expect this to kind of go quite a bit up in the next few years. And I have some numbers in my office and I'll be happy to send them via email so you can see what those increases would be in the number of seniors.
Okay, I think that would be helpful in trying to figure out the right thing to do. And that's, I mean, we are here spending the public's money. And I take it very seriously that our constituents want us to do the right thing, but not too much of the right thing. And we have to find the balance. It's easier to do if we have appropriate numbers to help with this calculation. Tom, do you have anything important and wonderful?
Well, I think you're exactly right. I think we got to take a look at the whole project. I mean, our whole budget to see what we can do. But you know, that, it'd be nice to know, you know, where our actual numbers are, you know, it'd be
And-
kind of,
And the projected numbers.
and the projection, yeah. Yeah, I think that would be
Yeah.
good. I think we all have a heart to try to help out. Let's see
Mhm.
what we can do.
You'll notice the amount of gray hair on this, not mine, of course, but, yeah, we're all recognizing, the issues that arise
Yeah.
for our senior citizens. So
Payne.
can you provide that for us?
Yep, absolutely.
Mr. Andy,
I
what?
just would agree. I mean, we have to look at the whole picture and see what we can do. But I would just also say, in addition to the numbers of seniors served, it's the cost of doing business is, I mean, look at all of our,
Oh, yeah.
everything we've heard from all of our departments. It's like,
Mhm.
wow, everything's so much more expensive. It's the same thing here. So it's not keeping up. And if we can do something, I'd like us to consider it. We might not be able to, but I hope we can. So, thank you.
Understand?
Okay. Any further questions from anyone?
Chair Payne, can I
Oh.
just add?
Frank?
I'm just looking at the budget and it's line for home delivery meals. That's the Meals on Wheels,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
That's the line that has had the significant increase, and I'd be interested to see your the demand on that service year over year, and then what they expect into the future, because that one is the one that's been, if you look at it, it has jumped significantly.
I will include that. Thank you very much for having us today.
Certainly, and thank you for coming in and making the effort, and
We appreciate your service.
we appreciate yours. Thank you. So our next, I can't read the clock. What time is it? Oh, okay, well. Up, there they are wandering in. So this, public meeting will continue. Will be to discuss the CASA, budget. Please come forward and state your name for the record.
Tammy High,
Could you spell your last name, please?
Heigh.
Thank you.
This was the first year that we have had a full staff in several years. So I'm happy to report that. We have a 3/4 time advocate supervisor. Yep, that started in June of last year. She works approximately 30 hours a week. And we added 2 Carroll student interns in January that they are marketing students as well. We also have budgeted for a grant writer. As you can see, our wages are a little bit higher than they have been in the past at $141,648. We got approved by our board to bring on a part-time grant writer with the future of our federal grants being in jeopardy, as we've kind of all heard, not to get too far in the weeds with
That's
federal
realistic.
stuff. Yep, which I will not do. To work approximately 10 hours a week at an average of $27 an hour. So our wages are a little bit higher than they.
Excuse me. What is your position with CASA?
I'm the executive director.
Okay. I
Yep.
just didn't quite catch that. Thank you. Continue.
So we were awarded, this is our last quarter for our VOCA grant, which is granted every 2 years. We were granted that again for 2 years. That is a little bit lower than in the past years, as you can see, with the $89,964. We will know a little bit more of that exact amount in the next couple weeks. So hopefully that can be bumped up a little bit more moving forward. Not quite sure with the Montana Board of Crime Control what that exact amount is going to be. But we put in for $248,000 and we're tentatively awarded 179 over 2 years. So it's been cut quite a bit, but hopefully we will see in the next little bit that exact amount, because that grant there does pay a good portion of our staff wages.
Excuse me, so is this the grant from the Montana Judicial System?
No, it's the one from, it's the VOCA grant, Victims of Crime.
Okay, of course.
That one, which comes from the Montana Board of Crime Control.
Yes.
Our federal grant. So that sometimes gets taken away and then it's given back. But right now we do have it and it's been awarded to us at this time.
And how much is that one?
That one is $89,964. And we'll get that each year right now. We're hoping that they have a tentative amount that is awarded throughout Montana for the entire amount, which is just a little over 5 million right now, it's looking like. But they don't know until those funds are released exactly how much that is going to be from the federal amount. So we will know hopefully here within the next couple weeks the exact amount on that will be split from the nonprofits that were awarded, what that's going to be. So fingers crossed, we will get that amount awarded to us. Other than that, nothing has changed too much with our budget. Everything's pretty much the same. We do not have our individual contributions on there because we don't know exactly what those means. It has come up a little bit over the last year. We've done quite a bit of advertising. And with our appeal letter that goes out in November, we did see a nice return on that last year with around 8,000 coming in from our appeals. So we do see a little bit bump up with individual contributions because of our advertising and getting our word out there a little bit. And also within the history, we've served 100% of our kids.
You will need to speak into your microphone a little
We've,
more clearly. We are recording this whole thing as
Sure.
required by law. It's line 6400 reimbursements.
That is our cell phones that we get reimbursed and travel.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay, that's
we
good.
get travel reimbursements.
Oftentimes, when we're presented budgets, we have a column that shows what it was last year.
Okay,
And we don't have it for last year. So it's hard to see if it's
The
gone up or
comparison.
down.
I can send you last year's as well, if you
Well-
would like. And I know last year we didn't do a comparison either. I just sent you our future one from what we did.
In the future. And
Absolutely.
I'm sure there'll be a future.
Absolutely.
So it really does make our work easier if we have a comparison.
Of course. Yep. But as I was saying, for the first time in CASA history, we've served 100% of the kids.
You served what?
100% of the kids. They're all being served by a CASA.
Wow.
Yep.
That's great. Chair Payne,
Andy, yes?
just a little bit about how the year went and what was the story? You talked about 100% of the kids, but so lots of volunteers and kids are being served, and how'd it go? Just a little bit.
Good. Well, what's kind of happening is we are now having a class every quarter.
Ah.
So we're bringing on new advocates to serve those kids. Last year, we served 155 kids.
Wow.
Yep, and this year we're at 111 kids. So each quarter, we're doing a class of new advocates that are being able to serve our children. So
So
I flunked out. I served as a CASA and I was trained and I had a family and I don't deal well with liars, and that mother kept lying to me, and
it's
then
hard.
I got called in by the executive director and suggested I could put my efforts into a better place. My
Yes.
heart was not where it needed to be in dealing with
Understand.
this woman.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Yeah. Seem to be dealing too with the parents a little bit better too. The CASAs are kind of giving them the support they need as well because they've never had it. So we're kind of cross cross-training a little bit to help them and get them well to serve the children. So we're doing a lot, doing a lot of good.
I have nothing against the program. This was a personal thing that I was not dealing with, and it was
Yeah,
time for me to go do
I
something.
understand, 100%. So things are going well. We've been asked by the Montana State CASA to think about expanding our program into some of the counties that don't have one. So we may think about expanding into Marr County, which does not have a program. So we will consider it.
Chair Payne,
Tom?
so that you said we have 155 kids that you help?
We did last year, had 155 kids.
And were they all in Lewis and Clark County, or were some?
We serve Lewis and Clark and Broadwater County right now.
So, and what number were in Lewis and Clark, do you know?
We had about 150 in Lewis and Clark County and only 5 in Broadwater County. So not a very high percentage in Broadwater County.
Okay.
Chair Payne, just to confirm
Frank?
with the executive here, you're requesting of the county through the $32,944. Is that the request?
That's what we got last year from you all. So I just kind of put that in there as a measure from last year's amount that we got.
Thank you.
I'm looking at the payroll expenses, and there's no, you don't pay any wages?
Payroll wage is $141,648.
Where am I supposed to?
It's 6,100 is what our wages are.
Okay, and I'm looking at the second page.
On the very first page.
On the very first.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay, there's wages. So then, what is the wage that I'm looking at under payroll expenses on the next page? Total 9,500 fundraising expense. It is right across from the amount that is $17,300.
That's how much our fundraising expense costs to put on a fundraiser.
So is the payroll expense that is directly under that? There was no payroll expense for the fundraising. Is that what that means?
That just comes out of our payroll wages. It doesn't, payroll expense is just included in our payroll wages. It's just our hourly wage is what we.
But it isn't here. It's only on the front page.
Right. Yeah. So it's just our hourly wage that it costs us to do that.
Okay. Further questions, Annie? Tom, do you have more?
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Frank, do you have anything else?
No, thank you so much.
Roger? Nothing else. Okay, well,
We appreciate it.
I think
Thank you
we're
for
moving
having us.
faster than we were. I think we're getting used to this.
I know. It's
Yeah.
becoming kind of routine. I like it. Yep. We appreciate you guys. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, same time tomorrow. Oh, we have to. What would I do without you? The time in this meeting is now, we're winding this up. It is time for public comment on any public matter within the jurisdiction of this commission that is not on the agenda above. And we are adjourned.